the Mueller report and investigation. Comes out the other side, and he's wanting to build them a new headquarters? No. I'm with Jesse Kelly on this. It's time to root out the weeds all the way down and totally reform the FBI, if not dismantle it altogether. I mean, that's my opinion. CIA, too, all of them, they're corrupt agencies. And again, they did all of this to Donald Trump. Now, the big smoking gun, apparently, that the prosecution saved for the final part of part one of Michael Cohen's testimony today in the Manhattan trial was this surreptitiously recorded phone call between Donald Trump and Michael Cohen, who says, I didn't want to record more. He says he already had enough to show to Pecker. So there was some kind of motivation, axe to grind, by Michael Cohen, thinking if he recorded Donald Trump, he could use it against him. Now, just on a surface level, I don't know the depths or the details of what the recording was, but my thought would be Michael Cohen is kind of the sleazy fixer lawyer that he was, that he wanted to get Trump to say something on tape for which he could blackmail Trump, maybe for money of his own. This doesn't seem to be flying very well, even on CNN, as I'm watching it play out now with Casey Hunt and Jake Tapper, and that this is not moving the needle, and they know it. Because the polls that we just talked about earlier in this program from New York Times Siena show Trump thrashing Biden in Nevada by 13. 13. A state Democrats have won dating back to 2008. Arizona, Georgia, same thing. Trump +3 in Pennsylvania. And the little-known thing here that I kind of buried the lead on, in the same New York Times Siena poll, when you factor in the third-party candidates, Kennedy, West, Stein, the news is even better for Trump. In Arizona, he's +9. In Georgia, he's +8. In Michigan, it flips to Trump +2. That was the one state Biden had a lead in, just the two of them heads up. But you factor in Kennedy, Stein, West, and he's winning that one too, is Trump. And the other part that kind of cements, I think, Trump's standing in this race, same poll, Arizona Senate race, has Ruben Gallego, the Democrat, with a 4-point lead over Kari Lake. So think about that. It's not, well, it was biased to the right or the Republican side. No, same poll, Democrat +4 in the Senate race, and yet in Arizona, +9 Trump, 13-point swing the other way with the third-party candidates involved, and he's still +6. That's a 10-point swing. So you have what is called like a normalizing factor in the poll that offsets what you might presume to be bias, because these same voters, for some reason, 10% of them are splitting their ticket. They're going, no, I can't go Kari Lake far on the Trump scale. I'm going to vote for Gallego, but I'm also going to vote for Trump. It's fascinating to me, the results of this polling data, and none of it is good for Joe Biden. And my point, making it with Mike Davis, if you missed that conversation, I'll replay an encore form of that on my show between 2 and 4 p.m. today. You can tune in for that or find it on the podcast. Dragon's going to upload that shortly. Is that these polls, while a snapshot in time and part of an overall mosaic, this is as bad as it's going to get for Trump. He's going to dodge all this lawfare. Mark my words. This is ending with this Michael Cohen bullcrap sometime this week. Nothing's going to happen. It won't move the needle. Nobody cares. Even those in the middle are watching this going, okay, I already knew Trump was kind of sleazy and slimy and cheated on his wives. He cheated on Ivana. He cheated on Marla Maples. He cheated on Melania. All of this is known. It's already out there in the ether. It's not going to move the needle. It's not going to change anybody's vote, no matter what comes of this court case. And that is the fear in the mainstream media right now and in the Biden campaign. That'll do it for me from here for now. My thanks to Dragon. Excellent job as always. It was a pleasure filling in. Michael Brown is back tomorrow. You can catch me later today at 2. Ryan Schuling right here on 630 KHOW.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Okay, let's see what you got.
All right, I'm going to admit this right now. I ate a lot of dessert on this trip to Egypt. If you put a dessert in front of me on this trip, I ate it. All of it. And I put on a few pounds. Dragon told me he put on a few pounds. But having done the SOTA weight loss program, I know exactly what to do to take the pounds off. I know what I need to eat and not eat. I'm going to get back on track. And this amount of weight that I want to lose, once I get on track, again, starting now, should lose it in 2 weeks, maybe 3. This is the thing that's different about SOTA than about any other weight loss program I've ever heard of. And that is they really, really teach you how to kind of manage this yourself. It's not just that you lose the weight, it's that you keep it off. But if you get a little undisciplined, you know what to do to get back on track. Learn more at SOTAweightloss.com. It stands for state of the art, and it really is. SOTAweightloss.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
After work, after travel, after a tough day, then it's home sweet home. It's a feeling, not just a place, a family bond. It's love. And our home deserves special care and attention. That's why I chose Zero Res to care for my air ducts, literally giving me a breath of fresh air. No detergents or chemicals, just purified water, the best cleaning agent in nature. And I trust the power of Zero Res for my carpets too. Get Zerofied now. It's the perfect season to cut down on allergens lurking in air ducts and in carpets, starting at just $109 for 3 rooms and $75 off duct cleaning. Tell them Tom Martino sent you. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150. 471-5150. Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res. 303-471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com.
Finally, a plumbing and HVAC company with great service and the lowest prices. Master Services has new air conditioning systems starting at under $3,000. Master Services also saves people a minimum of 30% on sewer line repairs. They've been on Tom Martino's referral list for more than 20 years. So for great service and the guaranteed lowest pricing, call Master Services 720-434-3406, 720-434-3406, or online masterrooter.plumbing.
Living in Colorado means you're going to get hailed on. Maybe not today, but it's going to happen. So you need to know who to call when it happens. Jot down this name, Golden Spike Roofing. Golden Spike Roofing has decades of experience and is my trusted choice for all of my roofing needs. They're ready to get you a free roof inspection if you need it. Check their reviews online, then call 303-942-1386. That's 303-942-1386 or online at goldenspikeroofing.com.
This report is sponsored by MSU Denver.
Lots of sunshine for your Monday. Temperatures today in the low 70s, and then we've got mostly sunny skies and isolated storms as we get into later on this afternoon, mainly after 4 p.m. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Calling all change makers and trailblazers. At MSU Denver, you'll discover your future. Earn your degree online or on campus. Flexibility is key. We are the change makers. MSU Denver.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Michael Cohen's not looking at former President Trump, but he has been testifying about his role in the Trump Organization at the criminal trial, including his role in tabloid publishers buying stories to suppress negative information.
Cohen is testifying about Playboy model Karen McDougal's $150,000 payoff by National Enquirer publisher David Pecker. And Cohen testified that Trump promised to pay Pecker back, saying all take care of it when he learned that Pecker was going to front the money.
That's ABC's Aaron Katersky outside of Manhattan Criminal Court. At the federal court not far away, it's the first day of the federal corruption trial for Senator Bob Menendez of New Jersey. He's pleaded not guilty on charges of accepting bribes. Crews in Maryland expected to demolish the largest remaining piece of the collapsed Key Bridge today, and poor air quality in parts of the northern Midwest because of smoke from wildfires burning in Canada. This is ABC News. Despite many malls dying off, ABC's Jim Ryan says a big online company is looking for ways to keep at least some of them afloat.
In the 1980s, about 2,500 shopping malls dotted the U.S. map. Now it's about 1,000. The ones that still thrive have adapted. Jana Griswold is director of marketing at Austin's Barton Creek Square, which is at 100% occupancy and pre-pandemic foot traffic.
It's touch, try, buy at a mall, and you can't get that online.
Online retail platform Shopify has published a how-to manual to help traditional retailers thrive in a virtual economy. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Another store within a store, around 200 Kohl's locations, will be adding Babies R Us shops by this fall. And we know the first game of the NFL season, the Super Bowl champion Chiefs will host the Baltimore Ravens on Thursday night, September 5th. Rest of the full schedule will be released this Wednesday. I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. It helps provide orthodontic treatment to kids and teens whose families can't afford it. For kids who apply, are approved, and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, it can be life-changing. Their treatment is in the hands of an expert, a licensed local orthodontic specialist who improves their smiles by correctly aligning teeth and jaws. Some kids think they'll never smile again, but Donated Orthodontic Services may help them smile with confidence. To link to the application and eligibility requirements, visit aaoinfo.org.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Colorado's 988 crisis line could soon be operated by an Arizona company. The state's Behavioral Health Administration has been taking bids on a new contract to operate the crisis line. BHA officials say Arizona-based Solari Crisis and Human Services received the highest score in an objective evaluation of the bids submitted. Colorado-based Rocky Mountain Crisis Partners says 330 workers could lose their jobs if the decision stands. The nonprofit plans to protest to the governor, saying the local knowledge offered by workers in Colorado has helped save lives around the state. It will be warming up this week along the Front Range, but there are chances of rain as well.
Mostly sunny skies for your Monday. Temperatures today in the low 70s, so a nice warm day. Keep an eye out for a few isolated storms later on this afternoon. Overnight down to the upper 40s, and then for Tuesday, we warm up even more near 80 degrees with a good chance for some showers and thunderstorms by the afternoon and evening hours.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burse. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Out west into the high country, I-70 east and westbound are closed through the Eisenhower Memorial Tunnel. A stalled maintenance vehicle has backed up traffic in both directions. The official Department of Transportation closure is between Silverthorne and Loveland Pass. Expect delays in both directions as crews work this out. Into the Denver Metro, it's a pretty calm drive for Monday morning. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, more thunderstorms today. High 73 this afternoon, overnight low of 48. Storms continue into tomorrow with a high of 77. The current temperature is 62 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including faux wood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package? What to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
Inspiration spurs action, and action gets it done. Hi, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Kitchens, Baths, Finished Basements, Windows and Doors. Our schedule's filling fast, so take action and reserve your spot. 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Think Plumline Services. With quality brands like Carrier and always plum crazy value. I use Plumline in my home on a mission of excellence with character and ethics. Clear drains, fix leaks, wiring, and quality Carrier systems. Plumline Services. From Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Service at home. Servants at heart. 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Because everything is still expensive.
You got that right.
You need inflation salvation.
Save me with some cash.
Weekdays 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. Listen for your chance to win $1,000 on Denver's Talk Station, 630 K-House, sponsored by Maverick.
When you pay with Maverick's Nitro card, you always save 10 cents or more on fuel every gallon, every day. And you could save a whole lot more thanks to Nitro Best Price. Pick up a Nitro card and upgrade your Adventure Club account today. Maverick. Adventure's first stop.
Denver's Talk Station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword.
10 seconds here, Tom.
That's cash. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Yeah, I'm Tom Martino, and I welcome you to the show. How are you doing? Our number is 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You'll see on my wide shot if you're streaming, I got John Fuller here, Fuller Law, personal injury attorney. Welcome, John. John, did you know that we were talking about AI off the air? John, do you know that I went on AI and I said, draft me a complaint? And I gave it the circumstances, and you know what it did? It drafted me a complaint. Now, it has all the disclaimers. Make sure, always see an attorney, blah, 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 although you can represent yourself. John, I have said this before. When it comes to technology, I love technology, by the way. I'm not one of these people who say, I don't do email, I don't do this, I don't do that. I love technology, okay? There's good and bad. I feel like Napoleon Dynamite with his uncle talking about, I love technology. You remember the song he wrote? You ought to find that song and play it because I love it, but not as much as you and me. Anyway, so on technology, AI, I was at first a little resistant, thinking it skews one way or another when it comes to social issues, and it does, no matter what, it does. But when it comes to facts, figures, just issues where there's a black and a white, don't ask it about, no, seriously, don't even ask it about climate change, or don't ask it about anything if you want two sides when it comes to skewing on this particular thing. But John, I asked it to draft me a legal complaint, and by God it did. Now, think about it. Think about it. Is that incredible to you? Now, you must have software that can do certain things and have general templates, but to skew it out, to spit it out like that, and now people say, well, it's just a search. It's way more than that. Way more. You saw me just ask about how to do something on my MacBook Pro here, and it's better than the help you would try to find at Apple. And I was just talking about it in general. Do you think it's crazy? Have you messed with it that much?
I haven't really messed with it in terms of like legal documents and stuff, but I mean, it's clearly cutting edge, and it's going to be a bigger and bigger part of our lives. I think the early renditions were, were riddled with problems like...
Oh, yeah. Like they called hallucinations and errors, and they still have some.
But, in legal writing, we have to attribute almost everything we write to some case or some holding that forms a legal basis. However, there have been attorneys that have gotten in deep trouble because the citations did not support what the
I can't argue with that because I don't know enough to know.
And so that's kind of the risk, is that it can spit that out.
Well, yeah, and how would you know if it's right or wrong if you're an amateur?
You got to go do the legwork and check it. And yeah, if you're an amateur, you do that at your own risk because you can really find yourself in a mess.
But think about this. Like, for example, I have a thing where you can talk to your car, but you have to know what to tell your car. For example, you say, I give my car name, and then it activates the computer. And then I say, you know, like, let's just say it's computer. It's not, but computer, what is the odometer reading? Okay, that's easy. Or computer, play 91.1 or play 103.5. Okay, boom. But if you say something just out of context, it doesn't understand you. But I see a time, in fact, within months, or it has to be, where everything now is going to have that conversational chatbot, because why bother going through all your manuals and stuff when I can say on my car, hey, you know, computer, or hey, car, I need to adjust this or adjust that, or how do I turn off the rear view mirror folding every time I press the key fob, right? Okay, you know what? Instead of just telling me go to this or go to that, it should just do it. And I see a time when AI is going to change everything. Why would you ever fumble through directions and setting things? Like just there it is. Just tell it what you want, ask it what you want. By the way, speaking of an issue with Apples in general, or a computer, let's talk to Marlene, and then I'll go to Eric. Eric has an issue with a contractor, and then I have John Fuller. We're going to talk about all kinds of stuff, of course, legal or otherwise, when it comes to personal injury for sure. John Fuller, Fuller Law. Marlene, what is your issue, Marlene?
Good morning, Tom.
Hey, what's happening?
My issue is my Apple ID got hacked.
Which kind of ID is that? Your Apple?
My Apple ID.
Geez, how did that happen?
Well, it started with my Apple credit card. I had a Goldman Sachs Apple credit card. I don't know how it happened, but somebody got into my credit card, and with my credit card, I had Apple Cash. So every time you make a purchase, a percentage of that purchase goes into your Apple Cash. So I had over $400 accumulated in my Apple Cash. And I received a message that my Apple card there was a large purchase, and they wanted to confirm that it was my purchase. And I called Apple, and I said, that is not my purchase.
Now,
So
your
they
Apple
denied-
ID, though, let me get this straight, because there's two different things. Your Apple credit card was hacked, and it's really a debit card, right? Don't you first transfer cash and then transfer out, or is it a regular credit card?
It's a regular credit card.
Okay, so your Apple credit card, does it say Apple or does it say Visa or MasterCard? Because I don't have an Apple card, so how does that work? Is it a card unto itself, or does it carry a Visa or MasterCard banner?
It's a MasterCard issued by Goldman Sachs, and it's an Apple credit card.
Okay, I never saw that. Okay, so I know what your question is, though. So you want to know how the hell that happened. And normally, the only way that can be hacked is somebody skimmed it or somebody got into your account. But your Apple ID has not been hacked, right? Because that would be, if that's the case, go ahead.
My Apple ID, they got into my Apple ID, and they changed the trusted phone number associated with my Apple ID. So now I have no access to anything Apple. My Apple account, my
I was going to say, you are screwed. No, you're screwed. I'm telling you. Now, listen, just so you know, Apple will not do anything about it. Unless you have, if they went in and changed your trusted number and all of that, the only way you can get out of that is, well, there is no way. With Google, you have some other backups you can do, and you can give it previous passwords or something to prove it's you. But with Apple, there is virtually no way. Listen, I went through this with someone. They had to establish a brand new Apple ID, brand new. I'm telling you, it is unbelievable. Because go ahead.
It is unbelievable. I have Apple AirTag.
But you're not they're not considering you a victim. Let me tell you what's going on. And I'm not telling you I agree with this. Marlene, they are not looking at you as a victim. They are saying in cases of an Apple breach that you gave away or somehow did not protect your information, because it's very difficult to hack an Apple ID. I mean, I can see them hacking your card with a skimmer, but how did they get into your Apple ID? That requires a username and a password and then another text a code. So how did they do that?
Well, my Apple ID is associated with my Apple credit card.
But you can't skim a credit card and get the Apple ID. All you get when you skim a card is the ability to charge on that card. It doesn't give you the ability. I'm telling you, man, I have everything Apple and Mac. I don't have one of those credit cards, but I will tell you I have an Apple ID, and your credit card, though, is connected to the Apple ID in that you have to sign into your Apple ID to get access to the credit card. But the credit card does not give you access to the Apple ID. Somebody got your password. They looked at your phone. Well, even with your phone, sometimes you have to re-sign in. Somehow someone got your username and password, and you either had to share it, or they did a screen share with you, or they got into your computer.
That's another issue. They did get into my computer.
Well, then, okay, there we go. How did they get into your computer?
Oh, my God, this is such a nightmare.
All right, you hold on. I promise you, listen, there's going to be an answer. If someone got into your computer, that's a little different. But I do want to take Erica as well, and then I have Esther. So hold on, Marlene, just have some patience. We have some experts that might be able to help you. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Got John Fuller with me. Fuller Law, and it's myaccidentlawyer.co. If you have any questions whatsoever, we have a lot of topics to cover with him, and we'll be doing that coming up. And don't forget, if you have any kind of water issues, you want pure, wonderful drinking water, waterpros.net. The best systems, lowest prices, bar none. Save thousands over conventional plumbers, waterpros.net. Oh, I'm sorry.
Inspiration spurs action, and action gets it done. Hi, Dan Cicchini, done right kitchens, baths, finished basements, windows and doors. Our schedule's filling fast, so take action and reserve your spot. 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Lazy Days RV. If you are looking for an RV, whether it's a Class A, a bumper pull, a pop-up camper, maybe a beautiful fifth wheel, like those new River Ranch fifth wheels are like freaking motorhomes because everything is a storage underneath. You don't have that two-tier system. You got to see it to believe it. Anyway, they also do service and trades, and they'll even buy your used RV. It's lazydays.com, your RV authority. I love these people. In fact, they merged with our friends at Century RV up at exit 240 and I-25, where the new service facility is located. Check them out, lazydays.com.
Get it right.
Man, this is a nightmare. When you get your Apple ID hacked, you are screwed.
Brian Shoestring. Yeah.
Your trusted local fiduciary. That's Sex on the Beach. That's from Yachtly Crew's new EP, 6 songs, including Seize the Day, and that is S-E-A-S, the day. And joining us now, talk. Brian Schuling filling in for Mike Mikhail.
Brian Shoestring.
It's going to happen. It won't move the needle no matter what comes of this.
My wife and I oh, it just makes me laugh.
Oh my God. I love Jeff when he basically said, I searched all around the damn garage. I couldn't figure it out.
That was my point. It was using a multi-million-dollar radio station as a plaything.
Multi-million.
It's more than $1 million, I would think.
Multi-hundred.
Well, you're kind of bankrupt. You're kind of getting bought by George Soros.
He's not going to want this one.
You know, I don't know if any of the Denver stations.
Denver always has made money. Denver has never been the problem.
Okay. Alfred.
Yeah.
Such a wonderful decision. Hey, Tom.
Yeah?
Dragon has an interesting question for you
Yes, what is it?
about adoption.
It's about family law, I guess. My current wife would like to adopt our adult children.
Yes, I was adopted as an adult.
But my question would be my ex-wife currently owes us $70,000 in child support. If the adoption goes through of these adult children,
No, it doesn't
it doesn't
negate
affect
that.
child support.
Does not negate that.
Okay. There's also was an option to get the birth certificates changed to my current wife's name as well.
That might be. I don't know if you can do that with an adult.
Okay.
I don't think you can, but I think you if it's there's some certain age limits on that for getting the birth certificate changed. What you can do, however, is the adoption.
Gotcha. But either way, even if the birth certificate gets changed, does that affect child support?
You know, that I don't know, but I don't even think you can do it. John, what do you think?
The child support obligation is already over, right? I mean,
Right.
this is all
Correct,
past
yeah.
stuff.
Did you put
24.
that child support obligation into a judgment?
Say that again?
The child support, did you get a transcript of judgment for that?
Yes.
Good, then,
Then
nothing
you can
affects
do.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're fine.
Unless something was before that.
I don't think so.
No, because you got the judgment. Was
Yeah,
it a
'cause
default Well, never mind. It doesn't matter. Child support is automatically transferred to a judgment, and then you just get a transcript.
Gotcha.
You don't have to go and sue for it. Right. Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. All right, so I'm going to go back to Marlene after I talk to Eric, because Erica has been waiting. Erica, let's go there, and I'm going to go back. I have a call in for Marlene, so if you could tell her, Kachina, I'm going to go back to her. What's going on, Erica?
So my husband and I started talking to a contractor about a year ago to get some landscaping, including artificial turf laid in our backyard.
Okay.
And it took us about a year to save up some money for it, and I called him back in this February and said, okay, I think we're ready to get going on this. So he came out to our house in February, and we gave him a check for $5,700, which was half of the cost of the job.
And by the way, I
And
have
he
a
was
post
supposed-
on that, on money down, no money down. I mean, it's getting to be epidemic. And there are very rare conditions where money down can be acceptable or done to protect yourself. But usually landscapers are the worst of all of them when it comes to taking money and disappearing. Continue your story. I'm sorry, I just wanted to interject that.
Okay, no, that's fine. So we gave him a check on February 23rd, which he promptly cashed on the 27th, and I do have the location of where the check was cashed. I even have his account number. He was supposed to start the job March 4th. We hadn't heard from him as of March 3rd, so my husband contacted him through text asking if he was going to be starting the job the next day, and he said, no, not this week. And so we asked him to let us know when he was going to be able to start, because it was still kind of snowing at that time, so we're just playing it by ear as far as the weather.
Yeah.
And we haven't heard from him since.
Yeah, and you probably won't. What was the name of this guy?
His name is Mike Sexton, and the name of his business is SoCo Landscaping or SoCo Turf, which we found out both of those business names have been dissolved.
Yeah, I am so sorry.
He was presenting himself as a business, but not actually.
Didn't you check him out at all before you gave him money or anything?
He came to us. My friend made a Facebook post in April of 2023 about her backyard, and he did an amazing job on her backyard. And that we trusted them. He represented himself as a veteran-owned business. My husband was in the Air Force for 28 years.
No, I understand. First of all, that's easy to lie about. But even if he was a veteran, and I hate to say this, not all veterans do great jobs in business. And also, just because they do one job that's pretty good doesn't mean they're going to continue. This echoes so many problems we have, but that doesn't do you any good. Bottom line is this. We got a number of ways to go. He committed what could be a civil crime, if there's such a thing. It's a civil penalty. It's the Contractors Trust Act. Now, it could be civil theft. It could turn out to be charges. If a DA or an attorney general wanted to go after somebody, attorney general would have to go after somebody who's very egregious statewide. It would be a local jurisdiction for a DA, but you're not going to get them to do that unless this man took from hundreds of people or dozens. Now, here's what I want to know. The $5,700, you have a receipt, it's a check, it's in his account. Does he answer his phone?
No.
Because of you? Is he still advertising anywhere?
Not that I see, no.
So if he just went out of business, you could just be done. Now, if there was a way we could locate him, you could do at least get a judgment in small claims court, and then if he owns anything, put liens on it. That's one thing. Another thing you can do is go after him through the district attorney because he violated the Contractors Trust Act. It is a real thing. Have you contacted your district attorney?
No, sir.
I would do that first and say,
okay,
listen, I know you get, but say it like this. I know you get a lot of these complaints, but this is clearly a violation of the Contractors Trust Act. I got the money. I got the proof. It was depositive. He disappeared. What do you suggest? That's where I would start.
Okay.
I would also, do you have an address for this guy on the check or on anything on his bank account? You said you did some research. Do you have any address for him?
We have an address for him that's associated with his so-called business.
Yeah. What is it? Is it a real address? What is it?
It's a home. It's a home address. But supposedly he and his wife are estranged, if not going through a divorce, and he's in some sort of rehab for an addiction.
Oh, God.
And has supposedly lost everything.
Erica?
And couldn't make good on our job even if he wanted to.
How'd you find this out?
Other contractors in the area.
Now,
when
Erica,
I made the post on Facebook.
You are probably braced for this, but it could be, there's no fairness, Judge. There's no big scale in the sky that's going to get your money back. If this guy pissed it away on drugs, if this guy's in rehab, if this guy lost everything, if this guy's divorcing, I would try to get a small claims judgment, because before that divorce goes through, you can get a judgment on any equity he has. I mean, that's the only hope. I'm telling you that right now. I would start with those two things. If you have an address, I would take him to small claims court for breach of contract immediately, and then I would call the district attorney and then call us back. I have it marked here. So if you start like I said, the worst case is probably you're not going to get it, but I don't want to give up so soon without you at least trying these things. And then I want you to get back to me. Okay. Now, I want you to know something. I promise you, when I give you these steps, it's not as a put-off. It's really going to help, because sometimes it does. You might have caught him. He was getting a divorce. You say he lost everything. The house is in both of their names. Sorry for the wife, but part of his goes to you. We can do it. So hang on there. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I'm going to come back to Esther, and then Marlene, I'm trying to get an answer for you. And I have a call into my Apple expert, all of that coming up. I want to remind you that Frank Duran, the real estate man, is very, very busy these days doing what? He is doing market analyses or evaluations of your home, meaning he'll tell you what it will sell for in this market based on a number of different factors. It's a custom evaluation for you, free of charge, no obligation. Really, you can trust him. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, realestateman.com. God, I feel so bad for people.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
Out west into the high country, I-70 east and westbound are closed through the Eisenhower Memorial Tunnel. A stalled maintenance vehicle has backed up traffic in both directions. The official Department of Transportation closure is between Silverthorne and Loveland Pass. Expect delays in both directions as crews work this out. Into the Denver Metro, it's a pretty calm drive for Monday morning. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, more thunderstorms today, high 73 this afternoon, overnight low of 48. Storms continue into tomorrow with a high of 77. The current temperature is 62 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
As humans, we like having options. One option you might like is speaking with a real person when you call about your credit card. With 24/7 live U.S.-based customer service from Discover, everyone can talk to a real person anytime, day or night. Limitations apply. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
You know, I want to tell you about QC Colorado. That's the Quiet Cool Whole House fan, and QCcolorado.com. It has to be, and I'm not kidding, one of the best purchases I have ever made. I never dreamed something like this could work. Not only to lower and practically extinguish my AC bills, they went down 90%. But the comfort that I get and the cool, fresh air, it's wonderful. Now, you can keep it on low speed all day. That keeps your temperatures even. Your air conditioner works less. Or you can just use it early morning or at night and extinguish your air conditioning. It's wonderful. You can leave your house hot all day if you want. Don't run your air. When you get home, turn that fan on. Get rid of all of that stuff. And then guess what? You have your air conditioning work less. Any way you want to use it, just use it. I have saved the cost of that installation many times over. QCcolorado.com. Call now before the heat, the rush. 303-800-3419. 303-800-3419. QCcolorado.com. Now, let's talk about an investment that's guaranteed. Yes, there are investments that are guaranteed. Now, I want to tell you something. It is a fixed indexed annuity. So it's not a security. That's good for you because it doesn't vary other than the contracted amount for you. Guaranteed return, guaranteed income, guaranteed not to lose principal, guaranteed not to lose anything you gain. It's just guaranteed. From companies, by the way, that have been doing this for 125 years. Call my friends at mymoneymyway.com. 303-779-6600. So you look up 617 Crescent Drive. I want to see. I just remembered that like all of a sudden. Holy shit, I can't believe that. 617 Crescent. It might have been a Clearwater address though. Crescent Drive. Where the hell would I? Let me see. Do I put Clearwater in there? I thought that would come up if I just do that. Clearwater. It was my first house in Florida.
617 North Crescent Drive.
It might have been. I mean, it's 617 Crescent Drive, so it might be. Oh my God, that's the house. Oh my God, hold on. Oh my God, that's so cool. And you know who I live next door to? Oh my God. I swear to God, it was such a nice. Look,
You know what they say
No,
house is worth right
It's
now?
only 197. No, this was a really nice house.
No, you know what it's worth right now?
Good morning. Thanks.
You should have held on to it.
Oh,
Sold back in 21. It was probably a repo.
No, that was my house. See, Largo. Is that Largo? Are you showing Largo?
This is Hollywood.
Nope, it's not that. It's this one right here. This is it.
So fun fact.
This is it. It was a Largo
fact.
address, wasn't it?
Fun fact time with
Yes.
Kelly.
Huh?
Go to the dentist.
Woo, Kelly's got to go to the dentist.
Okay, this one is in Largo, 500,000. Look at it. It looks
Good
like
morning. Thanks so much
and
for
it's on
calling the
creek.
Tom
The creek's
Martino
in the
Show.
back. See it? 617 Crescent
Oh, a
Drive.
little greenhouse? Yeah, I got it right here.
But it wasn't green when I had it, and it isn't that cute?
Did you put the basketball goal in the
No.
front?
But this
What
is
a
the same.
dick.
But in the back is a creek. There's I would
He
say a
said,
creek.
literally.
Crick.
Is this the
You got
Tom
the
Martino
non-Florida
commercial
trees back there too. That's nice.
No, and
program?
you know what?
Because that's
Next
all you
door,
ever
I
do.
was on-
And then he hung up on
It
me.
was on a, like a cul-de-sac too. That's why the other one looked like that. Anyway, Lord Alfred Hayes.
That's a cute little house, though.
Yeah, what? And Lord
Yeah,
Alfred
so fun
Hayes, not
fact.
to the right. To
We
the right was a
lose
couple
all of our medical insurance
teachers. To the
at the end of the
left,
month.
Lord Alfred Hayes.
And so I have a
there.
toothache.
Lord Alfred
I was
Hayes.
ignoring
That
it.
was the professional wrestler.
That's what I do.
Oh, really?
The English guy. I wonder if he's still around.
And
we got to be good friends, and he invited me. So I went to the station where they.
It kind of
were,
takes a
recording
lot
the,
to get me
fights.
to go to the dentist.
It was so
including
much fun.
Yeah.
And so listen.
Drugs.
So these guys would be sitting there before the camera, you know,
Just knock you out.
sitting there getting ready, and then all
And
of a
all
sudden
that
these
stuff.
guys that were like
So-
talking shit. The camera goes on. They go in front. They go, I see you.
It'll be a fun day.
It was recorded at the station I was
Right?
working.
That's awesome.
I loved it. I
Well,
got to so many parties
actually,
that he invited me
for
to.
this,
These guys, they
yes.
were all just
For Dan,
they
it
weren't
can be
even
very
athletes. My God, they looked like big fat slobs, most of them.
All loopy.
Okay.
Could be fantastic.
I always thought Largo was more.
See, Bel Air Bluffs Drive is right there. That's why I
Yeah.
said Bel Air Bluffs.
Right.
That's where I was, man. You know, Largo's a nice area. I forgot about Largo.
Yeah, it is. We only have two requirements. Pool.
And at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Get your calls in. We have Esther and then Marlene. Esther, what's going on with the toe, Esther?
Oh my gosh.
I hope it's not really bad. Did your car get destroyed or something?
Well, actually, it's my caregiver. My husband has a need for a caregiver every single night.
Ooh.
And she comes to, we have an apartment complex, and she goes into the covered parking that particular night.
Now listen, what covered parking? Was it your parking or was it somewhere she wasn't supposed to be?
Well, we have covered parking in our complex, our apartment complex, and she parks there all the time.
Yeah, but
And
what I
it's
mean is
special-
she authorized to park there?
Yes. Oh, yes. We have a special path number for her, and absolutely everybody knows her.
Okay.
She's very regular. But she couldn't park in there because the police were blocking the way with lights and everything's going on. And she knew that she really, she had to come up. It was her duty was to come up at 11 o'clock is what time she comes.
Did
PM.
she go into an unauthorized space?
She went into a Chase Bank, but at 11 p.m.
I see.
Outside parking.
I know it, but they don't care. They just go, they're just nuts. So anyway, did she get towed?
Yes, she got towed for 4, she moved the car. She came back down at 1 o'clock in the morning to move the car, but it was already towed. And there was no clear signage near where she parked. The 3 or 4 parking places facing Chase Bank had no sign.
Hold on now, Esther. This is really important. Was there any sign anywhere in the parking lot?
Oh, yes, there were lots of signs.
That's all that matters. It doesn't have to be right where they towed her.
Okay.
Now, it can't be that confusing, but Esther, I don't want to discourage you, but I do want to say this, okay, because we've handled so many of these. Very seldom, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but very seldom do these turn out successfully for people who are parked, because all it says, there has to be a certain amount of signage in the parking lot, and then it doesn't matter if it's during business hours or not, unless it says no parking before 5 or after 5. Now, here's the thing. Mm-hmm. If they towed it, the only thing we can do is there are certain rights you have, because there are new laws about her rights to get stuff out of the car, to finance how much it costs, and there are certain laws. I can look it up, but I don't think you're going to get it erased unless something was totally wrong. So continue now with the story.
Thank you. Shall I mention the name of the company on radio?
It doesn't matter as long as it's true, okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's Wyatt, and they right now have a $1 million settlement.
I understand this, and every time people hear, by the way, Wyatt's did a lot of things wrong, and every time people hear about what they did wrong, they assume that every tow after that's going to be negated. So, what else?
Okay. Well, I will.
So, where's the car? Let's ask you a few things. Where's the car right now?
Oh, it was towed, and then she had to take an Uber to go get it.
How much did it cost altogether to get that car?
I'm sorry?
How much did the whole bill cost?
$400.
Okay, now, I need to know another thing. Okay, now, I need to know the address. I want to look at it online of the Chase Bank.
Oh, of the Chase Bank. Oh, dear. It's in off of Camden and University. It's in Kent Place.
Well, is it right next door to you?
Yes.
Give me your address then. Not your. You're in an apartment or condo place, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, just give me that address.
Okay, it's 3465 South Gaylord Court.
Gaylord Court. Is that in Inglewood? In Inglewood?
It is in Inglewood.
Okay,
it's in the corner of University and Hampden.
Got it.
May I share a couple things that
Go ahead. No, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay, I looked up a bunch of these things because I'm going to be paying this for her. I mean, there's no reason why she should have to pay it.
Yeah.
I read that online that a car may not be towed in Colorado.
They have to give notice.
Providing written notice 24 hours before.
That's only under, okay, that's not under most circumstances. That's a little misleading. Now, that Chase Bank is quite a bit away from you guys, though, as far as what I'm looking here online, but...
Oh, they're in the same shopping center.
Oh, okay. I'm going to look at this. Listen, I mean, I know what you're talking about as far as the 24 hours notice, but that doesn't apply in this case. I do not believe.
Well, I'm glad you're looking into it.
Now listen, I don't believe it does. There are certain circumstances. So let me look it up real quick, okay? I'm going to look up the law I'm going to take a break and look up the law. So hang on, okay? Just hang on. I'm going to go back to Marlene. Esther, you will. I'm getting that law right now. Marlene, okay, I checked with Apple, okay? And here's what they said about your Apple ID. Somebody had to have hacked your computer somehow. So you were about to tell us how that happened. How did that happen?
Okay, I'm going to start from the beginning.
Okay, go ahead.
I got an email. I can't remember now if it was an email or a text from AppleCare saying there was a large purchase and they wanted to confirm if it was mine.
Total scam.
Yep, total scam. Yep. And then what? Keep going.
So I called Apple to see if that was a valid email. And they said, yes, it was. And I said that.
Yes, and where'd you get that number to call Apple?
From that email.
From that email?
I don't remember because
it had to have been, and I'll tell you why. There is no phone to call to find out if a charge is legitimate.
Right. So it was a classic phishing expedition where they sent you an alarming email and they gave you a phone number to call to confirm and to shut it down.
And then tell her what else happened. They said, we want to get on your account with you and we'll credit you, right?
Well, even if they... Yeah, they
is that what they said?
We need to authenticate who you are and everything. So going to need your Apple ID and your password to get on, and you gave it to them. And so the moment that you did that, your password became public knowledge because they put those into databases that are available on the black web. They sell them, they use them.
John, you're really well adversed at that. Why? Do you know people it happened to, or you just read about it?
I've gotten those emails myself.
Yeah.
I mean, I run a company with 10 computers in it, and, we now are on a completely Mac-based system, but it wasn't always the case. So I've just been dealing with, employees clicking on things they shouldn't click on and emails.
But what's really weird is these authentication numbers themselves come from the email. That's a ripoff to begin with.
Right.
But I need to ask you, and it's as much to help others as it is you. Well, if I can help you at all, Marlene, but when it came to that number that you called and they said it was legit, okay, continue your story. Let's hear what else. Go ahead.
Okay, so while I was talking to this woman, my phone kept beeping that another call was coming in from an 800 number. For whatever reason, I thought maybe that was the bank calling, so I asked her to hold. I answered the call. It was a man saying he was a supervisor from Goldman Sachs, and he wanted to talk to me about my illegal purchase, the purchase that was made. I joined the calls, and I said, he said I can't talk to two people on the same line. And I said to her, I said to both of them, I would rather talk to her because I called her, so I know who she is. I don't know who you are. And he said, I told you who I am. I'm a supervisor with Goldman Sachs, and she hung up.
Why? Okay, but when did they get the access to your account? Keep going.
It was. I'll tell you the date. I mean,
I mean, it was on that call. But did you let them sign in, or how did they? Did you actually when did they actually get your information? Is what I want to know. You just told me what they said to you, but what about your computer interface with them?
I don't know.
Hold on.
Did they ask you for your password on that just for authentication reasons?
Yeah, or did they say we need to get into your account to give you a credit? Anything like that?
He was just asking me all kinds of questions.
Okay, so he obviously got enough to get your password and your stuff.
If nothing else, they got the information.
I'm going to tell you now. I'm going to tell you the bad news because you were the victim. You were a victim, but you were a willing victim. It wasn't like they grabbed your purse and ran away. It wasn't like they held a gun or a knife. They talked you into cooperating, and you cooperated. Under no circumstances will anyone give your money back. How much did you lose?
$400.
Thank God it wasn't more. Thank God. Now, shut down the account immediately, by the way. Did you do that?
Oh, Apple shut the account down.
Excellent.
They shut down the Apple ID.
Excellent. Now establish a new one. But you did the right thing, and it only cost, I hate saying only, but that's really a limitation of loss way better than it could have been. These people could have wreaked havoc. They could have made so many charges on that account.
Well, and I immediately called, everybody, my bank.
Yeah. Marlene, you're going to have to change all your passwords because They could have gotten
I
into
did.
your computer. I don't know how much information you gave them, but please change every password you have. But the bad news is, and I want everyone hearing this, if you give information about your accounts and people get into those accounts, you are not going to get your money back.
Right. And further, if you get any email that says, call us immediately, there's a problem, there's a scam, there's a huge purchase, you just bought a 78 piece,
Yeah,
whatever.
never,
ever call the number in the email. Call
never.
that bank or that credit card yourself off the number
But
on
normally
the card.
you just ignore them because
Just
you know
ignore
what?
them. They're all
Gotta
junk.
take a break, buddy.
You just ignore it. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up.
Be thankful. It's only
No,
Now,
you know what?
impact traffic.
This
You're
report is
absolutely right.
sponsored by
Remember
Blindster.com.
Some good news out west into the high country. I-70 east and westbound are reopened through the Eisenhower Memorial Tunnel. A stalled maintenance vehicle had both sides of the roads closed. We are seeing traffic return to normal. Some delays on I-70 westbound back from Georgetown. Into the Denver Metro, it's a calm Monday morning drive. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town, as well as up north to the Fort Collins area and down south to Colorado Springs. Back to town on the south end, 225 north and southbound, no complaints through the Tech Center. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, a stormy couple days, high 73 with isolated thunderstorms throughout the Front Range, overnight low of 48, more thunderstorms tomorrow as well. The current temperature in Denver, 63 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including faux wood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
K&H Home Solutions. Oh my goodness. As they say, OMG. You won't believe their energy efficient, beautiful, wonderful products. Everything from, of course, they have the normal roofing, gutters, siding, doors, windows, and more. K&H has what you're looking for. And when it comes to windows, right now, what a combination. The oldest home improvement company in Colorado, coupled with the best window made right here in Colorado, Alpin Windows. They have thermally crafted fiberglass frames, and then they have this plastic-coated glass unit that is damn near like a wall. You want to talk about efficiency and beauty, you want to talk about dependability of K&H, then you want to call them now and get a quote for these windows. K&H Home Solutions, while the weather is great, 303-421-7100. That's khwindows.com. Hey, Simply Floors Inc., Buddy and Karen Mitchell. I know you're getting the hint here, right? When I do a commercial, it's about people I know and love, and I truly know Karen and Buddy, and they are the experts, not only the experts, the best installers in the business, and they have design consultants that will come to your house. Yes, you can make all your arrangements to go to the showroom, or there's 3 showrooms, or, have them come to your home at Simply Floors, INC, for any floor covering, simplyfloorsinc.com.
Living.
I know Esther wants to stay on, but she's done. No, wait. No,
All
Esther's
right,
not done. No, Esther's not done. In fact, I got good news for
are we done
Esther.
with Marlene?
Holy crap.
Apparently. What did we surmise since I was on the phone? Do you know?
Oh, no, I don't have. Damn it.
Too much information to whomever it was. She wasn't necessarily
Damn it.
hacked, but she.
So we're not escalating it or anything like that. I'm just like.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I do have information for Esther next.
All right, Marlene. Well, I hope that helps you. Thanks so much for calling. Okay, no problem. You have a wonderful rest of your day. Okay, bye. What are we doing with us? Hey, Tom?
Yeah?
Hey, Tom?
Yes.
Am I supposed to be getting somebody for Esther?
Oh, no. I looked it up. I got it all, everything I need.
Okay. All right. By the way, I cannot type. And Tom, I'm just pre-warning you, okay?
Yeah?
I'm gonna have to go to the dentist
Okay.
before the end of the month.
Oh, I get what you're saying, yeah.
She's not a good patient.
No, I know that. She becomes mental.
Well, yes.
Psycho.
She's... Wait a minute. John says, you mean becomes mental? What does that mean?
Uh-huh.
They know. They're used to it.
You cray.
Yep. They'll open early so nobody sees me. It's all good.
Podcast network iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search 16th Minute of Fame.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Esther, I got the law in front of me, and let me explain something. 24 hours notice does apply except in certain circumstances. Okay, and to make a long story short, if a vehicle is blocking a fire lane or near dumpsters or poses an immediate safety threat or something like that in a residential neighborhood, it can be towed immediately. Otherwise, in a residential neighborhood, the 24 hours notice applies. However, the 24-hour notice does not apply to a business parking lot at all, of any kind. Now, so the only thing we can do is fight the charges. There are limitations and stuff like that if you want to hold on. But you're not going to get away with this tow at all. You're going to have to pay something, and we can look at that coming up. Plus, Karen wants to talk about a painter. All of that after this.
Oh, there you go.
Yay.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. This is Kelly.
About time you show up.
Hello. How's my vibe?
Hey, man, good. I can turn you up if I have to.
How would you turn me up? Explain that.
Well, I just realized that I control the YouTube audio here, the return.
Oh, that's Fix It 20.
But I'm not on YouTube.
What do you mean you're not on YouTube?
No. How would you turn me up?
Okay, because your audio return that feeds out to YouTube and our online stream, I can control.
Okay. I meant over the air.
No,
I
I
get
can't
what
do
you're
that.
saying. Yeah. I would have been impressed.
But Tom doesn't mess with buttons.
Hey.
He doesn't push anything.
I just realized,
nothing has changed ever.
The only reason I mention this, I realized the other day when they said Mark was low on YouTube that I was the one that controlled return audio to YouTube. So that's good.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
vMix is what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, I do it on the Comrex, but that's the one that feeds into the sound card on the laptop, yeah. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, no problem, John. Thank you.
Want anything, John?
Who's the guest? Is that John Fuller?
Yes, sir.
What's going on, John?
Not too much. What are you up to?
Oh, same shit, man. I'm working on a referral list, which has been just kicking my ass.
Why is that?
So, well, I paid years ago to customize the search on referral list. I listened to Tom on something and wish I never did. And we had this Frankenstein search. And what he wanted, and I understood at the time, we're going back 5-6 years, he wanted to where if they search for like personal injury attorneys, that it would be random all the time. So if you search now, let's say you're number one that comes up and so-and-so's number two. But then if you search 20 minutes later, it might be different. So instead of doing it by region or by IP address or location or by relevant results, it was purely done in this Frankenstein way in an attempt to be fair to everybody.
Right.
So now that I'm trying to undo that shit, it's just a fucking nightmare. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. We're getting there, but our search is going to be so much better because if you're in Colorado Springs right now and search for a plumber, Plumbline and Fix It will come up. They don't even go to Colorado Springs.
Right.
But now it'll look for addresses, it'll look for relevancy and actually tell them who's the closest and who should they go for. So
Cool.
But it's crazy, man. It's like been consuming me for weeks. And then on top of that, I have a new website called Turn to Radio, which I'm going to be advertising heavily soon, which is call us to advertise on the radio. And it's been a nightmare. Before I spend 10 or 15 grand advertising it, I need to have it perfect and make sure when they click to sign up or get more information, everything works perfect.
I understand.
And then you want to hear the good news, righty?
Sure.
We're planning out our trip. We're gonna head out probably early April, May, June, probably late June, early July. We're gonna take the bus out and we're gonna head up to basically South Dakota, and then I don't know South Dakota, but we're definitely gonna go up to Montana, then cut all the way over to the Oregon coast, then all the way down into basically California, and then through Nevada, and then into Utah, and stay at some really nice places. The one in California is absolutely amazing.
Cool.
It's got a little hacienda inside. It's got not each, but the one we're looking at renting has a swimming pool and a hot tub, just ours, and then, of course, it's got all the resort stuff, but a swimming pool, hot tub, outdoor kitchen, indoor sitting area. It's just nuts, man. Wow. I mean, we're looking really forward to it.
Cool. That's pretty cool.
Did you give up on the RV way of life?
Oh, I don't know. We just haven't decided what we're going to be when we grow up there, Mark.
I know what you mean.
That's the ever-present question.
I'll tell you, you live in an area, you want to talk about nice luxury RV resorts. Florida has more than any place probably in the world, but definitely in the country.
Yeah, they have some that even have their own boat lifts and docks and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Oceanfront stuff.
Oh, sure. Well, why wouldn't you?
There's one up in the Keys, too. I just can't imagine driving that far. It is so far away.
Yeah, it is. I know. I am familiar with that drive there, young man.
Oh, you've actually driven it?
Put me in front of any
20
other
times.
patients.
So there's one called
Times.
Oh God,
20.
God, why can't I just be normal?
There's one called Blue Water Key RV Resort. It's basically Key West.
Yep.
How long would that take us to drive in an RV?
A long time.
It'd be weeks.
It'd be 2,300 miles from Denver.
Holy moly.
So, you tell me, 300, 400, 500 miles a day, what do you like to do?
300 is like my perfect range.
Yeah, so you're talking,
shitload.
8 days of every day,
Yeah. Yeah, but what we would do is we would do 3 days in one, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's the perfect 2-week wander around and eventually get there. But then you've got 2 weeks of wander around and eventually get home. So you're talking a 2-month-long trip,
Hey, Tommy.
Yes, sir.
What's the longest trip you ever did in the RV?
Oh, let's see. I went to New York. I went to Florida. I went to Washington State. And that's about it. So they were pretty far. Florida was really far. From here all the way to Florida, around Daytona.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
And Orlando. Yep.
Well, we did South Carolina last year. That was pretty far.
No, we went to the Northeast too for the fall. We went through New England and saw. Man, was that?
I didn't really mean distance. I meant what was the longest trip from leaving home to getting home?
2 weeks. I never ever took a vacation more than 2 weeks.
We're planning ours out now, so I'll be able to do whatever on the road. But remember, anything you guys want on the calendar, especially in July, get it on there.
Yeah, it'll be fun, man. That'll be great. Where are you going to go?
So we're going to leave here, go through Wyoming, maybe South Dakota, then cut over to Montana, then the Oregon coast.
Yeah. Have you been up to the Oregon coast before?
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. John Fuller's with me from Fuller Law, personal injury attorney, as well as your calls and issues, and welcome. Now, we have a couple text messages and you can text us 57739 for John Fuller, which is Fuller Law. Let me just sign back in here. And basically, someone wants to know, what is the time limit? Well, I don't know what they mean, but I assume they mean on a personal injury. What do they mean by that? So if there's an accident and you don't do anything, what happens and what kind of time limit is there?
Yeah, so there's a statute of limitations, which is the legal, outside deadline for taking action. And for a car accident, that is 3 years from the date of the accident.
But it would be pretty difficult. Let's say this. Let's say someone got in an accident, and they call you two years later and say, I was in an accident. And you say, well, did you ever do anything? No, I didn't know how bad it was until now. Right. Have you had those?
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, the reality is that you have the burden of proof.
But time's your enemy all the time, isn't it?
Time is always the enemy, but you have the burden of proof. And so if you were, magically transformed into a juror that was evaluating your case, and you came in and said, I didn't really treat or go to the doctor or do anything for 2 years, but it was really bad, trust me, the jury would throw you out in about 2 seconds. They're just not going to consider that to be very credible evidence, On the other hand, if you went to the ER the date of the accident, you treated for the next 6 or 8 months and everything else, and then you decided to pursue a claim at 2 years, maybe you're going to be perceived as being a lot more
So
credible.
in essence, are you saying you should at least get checked out right away?
Absolutely. You should do that anyway. And then, any treatment that follows up on that is critically important. I mean, just keep in mind, it's not the attorney that makes the case. I mean, it is the attorney, but it's the evidence that gets created by the treatment and the bills and the damages and the losses that are sustained. And then it's the attorney that can weave all those things together to create a good outcome. But they can't just operate in a vacuum in the absence of all of that other stuff. So you've got to get the treatment, you've got to get the documentation of all of your damages and losses in order that you may get a good outcome.
Okay, cool.
Hey, let me tell a quick anecdote about that. We had a nice lady who works in the news department, John. In fact, you tried to help her, but it was too late. She worked there. She had an accident. She was listening to the other person's insurance company promising to write her checks to the tune of $30,000, $40,000. They kept saying checks in the mail or we're going to do this. Eventually, she called up and they said, well, too bad, so sad, you're past the statute. So I called you, this was years ago, to see if there was something you could do because they kept stringing her along and there wasn't a damn thing you could do. They screwed her, man.
Yep, that happens all the time. That happens all the time. These insurance companies are not, they're just not held to the same standards that maybe we are. And they will lie, they will cheat, they will delay things on purpose. I mean, they just take forever to get back to you sometimes when we know it's because of a pending deadline or something else going on that is some ulterior motive to delaying the resolution of a case.
Yep. Okay, back to the phones. And, hey, Kachina, did you keep Esther on because she had more to ask or because you forgot to take her down? I'm just curious if she wants to talk more. Because I think that I told her everything we needed to know. Karen, what about your painter? What's going on, Karen?
Rita. Yeah. Hi, Tom.
Hey, what's happening?
I'm with the homeowner.
Yeah.
So I'm with the homeowner. I recommended this. I'm a realtor, and I recommended this painter. They just did a job for me, showed up on time, and did everything right.
Yeah.
And then he just didn't show up for us for a whole week now. And so
hold on. I want to ask a couple questions. Did you pay him ahead of time?
Okay. She did give him a deposit.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest problems in the world, man. Everywhere I'm looking now.
I know.
So how much did she pay, do you know?
$1,872.
Well, that's enough for him to get a drunk on. So,
yeah.
Okay, so when did she pay him that?
April 4th, and he was supposed to start on May 6th. And he hasn't come. We did get one text from him saying, sorry, I haven't been able to make it. My mom had a stroke. And then that was Friday. And then
see, when people ask me,
and
I posted this video. I posted it on Instagram, on LinkedIn, on YouTube, on TikTok, and here's what I say. No money down, period. No money down. Now, there's very rare circumstances with what I call trust accounts and with credit cards or with escrows, but here's the deal. Most of the time, no money down. Unless materials are delivered, work begins, or something happens, or an order is placed in your name and you can verify it for your address, and then you make sure it's delivered if the guy goes south. People wrote to me, were very upset contractors saying, why would you say that? Am I supposed to trust the homeowner? The answer is yes, or get out of business. How about that? Or get out of business. You're the one soliciting me. I'm not soliciting you. If you can't do business that way, get out of business. Now, if you want to deliver materials, I pay for them. But just to pay money to someone, like you said, let's say this guy's 100% honest. His mom had a stroke. He can't do it. So, okay, if he's 100% honest and he did stuff according to the law, that money is supposed to be in a trust account. So what I want you to do is tell him that. I want you to say this and then call us back. All right, sir, we are so sorry about your mom having a stroke, but according to Colorado law, that money was supposed to be put in trust for the homeowner or spent on her job. Anything other than that is civil theft. So please let us know if the money was spent on her job, when can those materials be delivered? Or if it was not spent on her job, can you please return it? Otherwise, we're pursuing civil theft. That money should be somewhere, okay? That's just the way it is. What's the name of the landscaper?
Actually, he's a painter, and it's...
I'm sorry, that's what I meant. I'm sorry, that's what I meant. The painter.
It's Reese, R-E-E-S-E, and his last name is Houghton, H-O-U-G-H-T-O-N.
And Reese is, what's the name of his company? What's the name of his company?
RH Painting.
RH Painting, okay. And when was the last time you talked to him?
Talk, I don't know, but he did text me on Friday.
Okay, so...
And that's when he said he would start Saturday 2 days ago.
Did you hear what I told you about what to mention to him specifically? And do you know why I mentioned that? Because if this guy goes bankrupt, listen, if he goes bankrupt and claims ignorance of the law, some judges let him out. So you're not going to let him do that. You're going to call and say.
Thank you.
You're going to call and say, because if he goes bankrupt after you tell him that, there's a good chance he's not going to get out of it. So you say to him, under the Colorado Trust Act, that money should have either been put in trust, the Contractor's Trust Act, I'm sorry. The money should have been in trust or spent on the job. If it was spent on the job, tell us when we can expect delivery of materials. If it was not spent on the job, then please send us a refund. If not, we are pursuing civil theft charges. Now, you let me know what he says after that, okay? Because this is unacceptable. Okay. Unacceptable. Any
so
other
what
questions?
If he doesn't respond.
What's that?
Yeah. What happens if he doesn't? What happens if he never responds?
Then you start going after him in small claims court for civil theft. Actually, you should also call the district attorney, and then we should just put him on the sleaze brigade. You need to call me back and let me know. I am making a note of this for that reason.
Okay. Question, can we hire somebody else to get started? We have a bit of a time crunch.
Yes, Steve the painter. Now, I don't know if he can get it done quickly, but he's a star quality painting. We love him. He's a great guy. And let me find him here. Steve, we call him Steve the painter. His business name is Star Quality. And let's see. Let me give you that number. I got it right here. It is 303 948 8765.
Okay. And then, but we can hire another painter. We can basically, because he didn't show up, he kind of told us.
Do you have a written contract with this guy?
We do. We do, unfortunately.
Well, okay. Yeah, you can get started. I mean, I think the guy breached the contract. Okay. I mean, I don't see what is he going to get upset? Or you can tell him, hey, okay, finish the job then. Or give us, listen, this guy doesn't have the money. This guy's a clown. I can tell by what you're being told. So proceed as you want. But call us back and let us know what he says about the Contractors Trust Act. 303-713-8255. I'm going to come back to Esther, who still has more questions, and I do want to help her. 888heating.com. Remember, 888heating.com is there for you. And, in fact, I got a message from the owner today, and they have the $28 risk-free service fee for any plumbing issue at all. They'll come, not only do an immediate service, if they can fix it, they will. If not, they credit you the $28 that 888heating.com, a company you can know and trust, and that's 303-770-2776. Yeah, this guy.
Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S., over 15 million this year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss even when you monitor your credit. If your identity's stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com.
And if you want some of the best windows in the business, you want K&H Home Solutions. K&H, by the way, they do all kinds of energy-efficient, beautiful, low-maintenance products, whether it's siding, doors, windows, but they're really, these windows made right here in Colorado. I can't stress it enough. You will love Alpine windows made here, so there's no leaching of gas out of it. They're insulated units with plastic film to make them so energy efficient, along with thermally crafted fiberglass frames. You will love Alpine Windows and K&H Home Solutions. khwindows.com, 303-421-7100. No one ever thinks they're going to commit a crime. I mean, not really, unless you're a lowlife. But I mean, a lot of the people, of course, the people listen to my show, something happens weird, okay? They miscalculated how much they can drink, or I don't know, maybe they were falsely accused. We had some people that fall asleep in their car thinking, I'm not going to drive. They think they're being responsible and end up with a DUI. Then we have people get in scuffles with neighbors. What I want to say is this, no matter what the crime, Joe Lazzara gives you free consultations, and then he'll give you a flat rate price. So you're not nickeled and dimed. And I've done the shopping for you. Never shop under pressure. And that's Lazzara Law, Lazzara, LazzaraLegal.com. 303-429-6200. He's also on referralist.com, 429-6200.
You got the sniffles again, man.
I see what John said. I told you. I do.
Hey, John, be honest. Is he doing coke?
I don't know what he's doing over here. He keeps turning around kind of away from the cameras over and over again. I don't know what he's doing.
And then run into the bathroom.
Exactly. He's been to the bathroom like 7 times, so I don't know.
You be the judge,
I don't
right?
know. Yeah.
Talk station online.
Come on, peeps.
Call to find out if a charge is legitimate. So it's a classic phishing expedition where they sent you an alarming email and they
Yeah. He's on vacation right now. So John Caldera is filling in today, and then Jimmy Singenberger is filling in the rest of the week. Yeah, he's a good guy.
I know John, he advertises for us.
.com. For nearly 4 years, basic. Poses was blocking a
He loves filling in for Dan because it's that time of day where it's just a little bit different, and it's half of it is drive time between 5 and 6. 4 to 5 is a little bit more different, but he and Ryan just completely.
You could have a long way to go, Tom, to get out in that Bel Air area.
So they do well.
What do you mean?
To the ocean.
Banging off each other. Yeah.
Like.
Oh, you mean access?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for you, yeah.
I mean, if you're looking like down in this neck of the woods, you got to go all the way up to get out.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're down here, you got to go clear down, all the way down.
Oh, and that's because the inland water.
Right. So you could have an hour and a half run before you ever get out, It's like, that's a lot.
Oh, you're right. So what do those other people do in the middle? They just kind of hang out in the inland water?
They run that far.
Oh. Well, that inland area is so small, you can't really have fun. It's not something where...
Well, it's just shallow. It's very shallow. There's not, there's some fishing, but there'd be no diving, no, just not the same. Not the same species, not the same game. Got to think of these things,
Oh, God. The food was so bad.
10 seconds here, guys.
I was not.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, so We've answered a lot of questions. If you have more, we have a long show. Give us a call, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We also have John Fuller with us, myaccidentlawyer.co. Hey, Esther still has some more questions. To make a long story short, the caregiver for her husband came to spend the evening and parked at a Chase Bank and was towed. That's the bottom line. By the way, just so people know, there in Colorado law and in other circumstances, the reason you park somewhere is, no matter what it is, the reason doesn't negate the tow. Okay, because a lot of people think if they have a good reason, it negates. It never negates the tow, ever. Your intent, meaning I was going to move in 5 minutes, doesn't matter either. The only thing that matters is the law. The law has changed a bit. There has to be signage. That's always been in the law. And then again, there are requirements for a 24 hours notice only in rare circumstances. The 24 hours notice is when you're in a normal parking space in a residential neighborhood or a residential development. That's it, okay? Even if there's signs, you got to give 24 hours notice. But if you're blocking anywhere or in someone else's parking space, or you are in a business, they can tow immediately. If you show up, they got to drop the car, but they can charge you a drop fee. And then if they take the car, there are some limits to what they can charge. There are limits to what they can charge on the actual bill and how they can charge it. That's according to the law. But again, usually it is, you're out of luck. I mean, I hate to tell you, but you're out of luck. Now, so what are your additional questions, Esther?
Okay, I did some research on that, so I knew about that last one, which really surprises me because it does say overnight, no overnight. I have looked up the dictionary, and that means from dusk to dawn.
No. What overnight for what? I don't know what you're talking about, Esther.
When they say do not, the sign says no overnight parking.
Oh, you mean that's what the sign says at the Chase Bank?
That's what the sign says all over the entire, we've got a King Soopers and a wine.
You know what? That's weird.
Restaurant.
That's a weird one because that is weird for me. It doesn't just say no parking or for bank customers only. Does it say bank customers only?
It says that, and then it
then that's
says
all
no
that matters.
overnight
That's all
parking.
that matters. If it says bank customers only and no overnight parking, the reason it says that is a normal person would assume it means even if you are a customer, you can't park overnight.
Well, the thing is, what was I going to say? The sign.
Why don't you fight it then? Take him to court because you're going to lose. I mean, forget the fact that I've handled 500 or 600 of these cases over the years. If you think I'm wrong, I hope I am. I want you to get your car. And by the way, there's a maximum fee of $160, okay? And listen to this, and then it's a certain dollar amount per day, and they can charge an additional $89 to release it outside. So I don't know how it got up to be $400. How did it get to be $400?
Really? Good question. They send. I don't know. I don't really know how they
can't charge $400. The maximum fee is $160.
Well, there you go. So what do I do about that?
Well, you tell them, according to law, the maximum fee is $160, and the only other thing is they can charge you to store the vehicle per day.
Oh, we have it out.
Okay, so how many days was it there for $400?
It was there for about 6 hours.
There's no way that should have been so you're telling me the entire bill was $400?
That's correct.
When did you go and get it?
She parked on April 29th.
No, was it, what I want to know is, was it during normal business hours?
Yeah, I think so, because it was about...
Okay, then there's the only... I cannot see where it is more than $160. Even if they threw another $40 on there for storage, it would be $200. And I don't see how it could be more than that.
Yeah, well, I know.
Hey, Mark, are you still there? Because you're pretty versed in this towing thing. I mean, isn't that the way you read the law?
Man, it is a little more convoluted than that, but I agree with you in your assessment of that, but I've been wrong on these weird towing deals.
Yeah, I know, but from what I'm looking at here, I don't see any exceptions. But hold on, these regular excessive charges. Nope, I'm telling you, there are limitations. So I would, in fact...
They won't talk to me. They won't talk to me. They say take...
What? I missed what company it is.
It's
Who is
Wyatt's.
it?
Wyatt.
Let's have Deputy Scott or someone, Deputy Dollar call over there.
Deputy Doc is listening right now. He's on remote. So let's use Deputy Doc to call over there to Wyatt's.
I mean, I have never heard, I know everybody out there hates when I stick up for Wyatt's, and it's not that I'm sticking up for him, but anytime we have had a problem in the past, they come through, but most of the time, honestly, they're doing nothing wrong. They're just being what they are,
they were
which is
popped
tow
by the
trucks.
state, though. They were fined thousands of dollars for doing things wrong, though, Mark.
Yeah, that's true. During COVID, that's right, they did.
Yeah.
Well,
So
right
listen,
now,
Esther.
Right now, they have $1 million settlement going. But can I ask you one more question about it that I've read?
Yeah, go ahead.
Predatory towing.
Go ahead.
Predatory towing. I read about that.
Go ahead.
And it says from patrolling parking lots to look for vehicles to profit on. They come out here and they just take.
But that's what all of them do. They're hired.
That's their job.
That's their livelihood.
Esther, what they mean is this. Listen carefully. If you patrol parking lots or troll parking lots, as some people said, and you don't have a contract, that is what predatory is.
Okay.
If they're contracted with Chase Bank, now don't assume that. You might want to ask Chase Bank or the sign has to say it. Does the sign say Wyatt's on it?
I'm pretty sure I've got 12 pictures here. May I ask you this?
Yeah.
The signage is right in the middle of a tree with leaves hanging down in the shade. I went and took pictures of it.
Was there only one sign?
Yes.
In the entire parking lot, only one sign?
For Chase parking from where she parked to...
No.
There were no signs in front.
I'm asking this. I'm asking one question only.
Okay.
In the entire parking lot, not in her vicinity, in the entire parking lot, there is only one sign?
No.
Okay. Then it doesn't matter if one of them is obscured by leaves. You see, I'm trying to help you, Esther, because if there was only one and that was obscured, it has to be clearly visible.
Right, and it's not. That one is not. But Chase Bank is way far away from the other companies. Restaurants and King Supers and all that. It is in its own area.
So what does that have to do with anything?
Well, I'm just asking.
Oh, wait. Are you saying that the signs are in a plaza and Chase is way far away from that plaza?
Pretty far away, yeah.
Well, are they in the same plaza?
Where is this Chase Bank?
She gave me the address. But listen, I don't want to waste a lot of time on this. If I need to go by what you're telling me. No, I'll give you the sign. Hold on. It's on, give us that address again of where you are. It's the Chase Bank. I had it on my computer, but I don't have it anymore. Give it
3465 South Gaylord Court.
Yeah, South Gaylord Court. If you go there to South Gaylord Court and then pull out and you'll see a Chase Bank there. But what you're saying is this, okay? What you're saying is it's in a plaza where there are signs, but that is not near that plaza. I'm not getting the picture, but here's the thing. If it's in a big shopping center and there are signs scattered around that parking lot, that's all that matters. Okay. If it's a whole different parking lot, well, of course, that parking lot would have to have its own sign. But I don't know if it's contiguous or not. I'm only going by what you're saying, and you want to find an excuse. So tell me the truth, though. Is it a different parking lot?
No.
Okay.
No, it is not. I thought I'd said that. It's over on the side, and it is the same.
It doesn't matter if it's on the side, in the middle, at the end, if it's in the same parking lot. I don't think, Mark, it talks about how many signs, does it?
Not that I've seen.
Listen, I think that this is all, you're wonderful that you're fighting for your house, for your caregiver. I think it's wonderful, but we have to have something to fight. Now, the one thing I think you do have, they went over what I can see is the legal limit to charge you.
Okay, so then you mentioned somebody might be able to call them.
Yes, we're going to have Deputy Doc. We're going to have one of our people call over there.
If all else fails, let me ask you this. All they say is take us to small claims court. That's all they'll say.
No, you can call the Public Utilities Commission. Okay, yeah, I see the part. I see the signs. Yeah, we have pictures of the signs. Yeah. Okay, so she's not denying there were signs. She's saying where the Chase Bank is.
They're conspicuous.
Yeah, they're conspicuous. So what were you going to ask then? Go ahead.
Well, I mean, my understanding is the small claims court many times, do they have to show up too? I mean, it's like...
Well, if they don't, they lose automatically. That would be good if they didn't show up.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. If all else fails, I'm willing to do that for her.
Yeah, but listen, you can only go to small claims court for the amount over the legal amount they charge you. But listen, you need to be clear that you're not going to get out of the whole thing. John.
This lady has no standing to go to small claims court. She doesn't own the vehicle.
No, that woman has. I think she means for that woman.
Employee.
Yeah.
But this caller can't.
That woman has to do it.
Right.
The caregiver has to do it. Hello?
So, yeah, the caregiver can go. I can go with her.
Yeah, that's what she meant. But you can't represent her. Be careful.
Get Mark to go.
Yeah, okay.
Now, listen, here's the other thing. You're going to
Shut up, John.
You're going to go based on that cost. That's the one thing I found that I think they did wrong. But as Mark said, there could be something we're missing because they're not stupid when it comes to when it comes to charging, and there might be a reason they charge as much as they did. But we're done here, Esther. You go on. Okay. We're going to have John. We're going to get your contact information. We're going to have Deputy Doc look into it. Yes, Mark.
I'll give you one example of when they can charge more if you try to pick up the car after hours.
That's right. Another $90. That's right. I saw that. But they didn't try to do that. So, Kachina, give this to Deputy Doc, 303-713-8255. Real quick, Russell, what's going on with Excel, Russell?
Yeah, we had a greenhouse business that was on commercial rate.
Yeah?
Natural gas.
Yeah.
And our house is on the same meter. We closed the business the fall of 23. I called Excel to have them change the meter from commercial to residential. The lady come out and inspected it, said, yeah, we can change you. That was the 1st of January, and I'm still waiting.
When was the business closed?
Last fall.
Okay.
October.
And when did you call for the change in rate?
January.
Yeah, they should have changed it. And did they or not?
No, they haven't. I've called them 4 or 5 times, and they say, well, it's transferred over to billing. Billing takes a couple months, blah, blah, blah. Well, in the meantime, I have a 2,300 square foot house. It's costing me over $800.
We got to take a break, buddy.
And there's no gas at all being used in the greenhouse anymore, right?
Right.
All right, hold on. We'll come right back to you and more. I'm Tom Martino.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
We're back to calm driving throughout the Denver Metro for the late morning commute. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town as well as up north to the Fort Collins area and down south to Colorado Springs as well. Back to town, I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. If you're leaving DIA, Pena Boulevard southbound, we are seeing some congestion between Tower Road and 56th. West of there through Commerce City at 270, westbound roadwork continues at Vasquez with slow traffic back from Northfield and Quebec. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, isolated thunderstorms throughout the Front Range. Today, high 73, overnight low of 48. Tomorrow, high 77. The current temperature in Denver is 64 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including faux wood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
FixMyHome.com. That's the website for Fix It 24/7, a company that I use in my home for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. And right now they're doing the extreme clean. You know, dirt's the number one killer and lack and the hindrance of efficiency when it comes to AC. You can get it done for $39 for new customers. If you've never had it done, $39 extreme clean tune and check of your AC. Increase efficiency up to 30%. No breakdown guarantee for the summer. Get it done. FixMyHome.com, 720-526-3939. Hey, Renew Home Innovations will do your beautiful showers. All you have to do is call. RenewHomeInnovations.com. Stone walls, no maintenance, glass, beautiful panels, no shower doors or curtains needed. Get rid of that old ugly tub and shower combo. Get rid of it. No thresholds to walk or stumble over. Complete custom to you. That's RenewHomeInnovations.com. 2 or 3 days to do it. 72 months to pay. No interest. 303-904-2000. 303-904-2000. One Clear Choice Garage Doors. When I say that they are the best, I mean it. One Clear Choice Doors.com. They will be out at your house 24/7 for emergencies if you can't get your garage door open or closed. And get this, they're factory authorized to do most repairs on most doors where others are not. And they can do just the door, the opener, any component. One Clear Choice Doors.com. That's where all the prices are. One Clear Choice Doors.com.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah.
Are you aware that your camera is only on John Fuller?
Oh, thank you.
Fine, if that's what you want.
That's a mighty fine empty chair.
He's a good-looking fellow over there.
Geez, I forgot to switch. I'm like a dodo head when it comes to that. Put myself down on that lawsuit, by the way. I don't know why they charge $400. I think they were wrong. Well, that's a dumb mistake unless they think people won't know. This thing with Excel Energy, they should have changed that. Excel sucks, man.
Here's the one under the tree she's talking
Hi,
about.
Joyce. This is Kelly. I'm calling from the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show.
Oh,
and
that
you
one.
had sent.
Right.
Hi, and you had sent us.
Ben, that woman's tenacious, though, trying to find something, right?
Yeah. I feel bad, but it's just...
Right. Well, I'm not really sure if that's out of Tom's jurisdiction.
Just fighting a losing battle. Oh.
Are you familiar with our show? Okay. So you know that we're a radio show and you have to go on air with Tom in order to get any assistance. Okay.
can't believe when that happens. I just do that too much when it comes to
your camera.
Sometimes I get on a shot and don't come off.
Hey, I hear they're on top of it.
Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. All right, let's talk and keep solving problems if we can, or at least give you information. So Russell says, now that, Russell, this is a clear case, man. I don't know why they didn't switch you over, but how many, now it's been January, February, March, April, man. So May. How much more? I mean, you've spent a lot more, so you know exactly what gas you've used. It's just that you're being charged a different rate. Is that right?
That's right. And so
when they call, do they offer to adjust it at all?
Well, that's part of the issue, and that's part of my question. It made me so mad that nothing had ever been done, and I knew I had overpaid what my house was using, so I didn't pay March.
Uh-oh.
And I didn't pay April.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
That's not the way to handle it, but I get what you're doing, man.
Yeah, so that's my question. So I got to have the money to pay it, so I'll go ahead and pay it. But are they going to credit me for the excess?
Well, that's the thing. Or? They should. I don't. They haven't adjusted it yet, or have they?
Nope. It's still commercial.
Well, that's ridiculous. I mean, you would think in a perfect world they have to credit you, unless for some reason there is some kind of weirdness going on that I don't know about. Like, for example, that you can't. I don't know if you can just change back and forth. So this greenhouse was on your residential property, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So during the time you had your business, the house gas was also being charged commercially?
Yes.
You know, why do they charge different for commercial, by the way? I'm wondering, just because they can? I mean, it sounds weird to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that bill is so complicated to try and figure out what they're charging for. But, you know, when I first initially called them, they said, yeah, no problem. We'll come out and inspect it. And if the inspector sees that you're not using it in the commercial end of it, we'll switch it over to residential. Yeah, fine.
All right, listen. We need to give this to somebody to work on for you. I want to give it to.
Nice.
I want to give it to Deputy Dollar, to one of our deputies to call over there and try to shake it loose. Let's try to light a fire over there
and everything else. So
yeah, we'll try. We'll give it a try. That's why you called, right? So let's figure it out.
Right.
Hang on. Hey, Kachina, just raise your hand if you're listening. Thank you. Okay, so she doesn't know I have a camera in there. So you get this to Deputy Dollar. That would be good. We'll have him work on this. 303-713-8255. More right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
We're back to calm driving throughout the Denver Metro for the late morning commute. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town, as well as up north to the Fort Collins area and down south to Colorado Springs as well. Back to town, I-70 east and westbound flowing free from the foothills to DIA and back again. If you're leaving DIA, Pena Boulevard southbound, we are seeing some congestion between Tower Road and 56th. West of there through Commerce City, I-270 westbound roadwork continues at Vasquez with slow traffic back from Northfield and Quebec. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, isolated thunderstorms throughout the Front Range. Today, high 73, overnight low of 48, tomorrow high 77. The current temperature in Denver is 64 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Hey, you know what? If you're looking for floor covering, Simply Floors Inc.com. That's INC. You know what I love about Simply Floors? First of all, Buddy and Karen are dedicated to making this experience positive. They have great consultants that'll come to your house, or you can go to their 3 showrooms. They have great prices, great selection, but they're the experts and the best installers in the business. So whether it's luxury vinyl planking or you want hardwoods, engineered floors, laminates, whatever it is, they have it, along with carpeting, of course. give them a call or go see them. First, start out at Simply Floors Inc. That's INC. SimplyFloorsInc.com or 303-731-5380. Sheridan Auto Tech. You know what? When it comes to auto repairs, I don't know about you guys, but I feel totally helpless sometimes. I love trust and honesty. That's what I love. And then, of course, you have to have the knowledge and experience, and then throw in value. You have the not a trifecta, but a quadfecta, if there's such a thing, whatever it is. You have all the elements, including used car checkouts if you want, at SheridanAutotech.com. Love the guy. He's on he's not. He's on Colfax, west of Wadsworth, SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242. You know, Mark Szymanski, I've known for 25 years. He's with GenesisTotalExteriors.com. And that means everything. He's got the latest products when it comes to like damn near indestructible siding. He has smog-eating roofs that actually help the air and soil around your house. It's an amazing product. He has everything you need, from the roofing, gutters, soffits, fascia. They're stucco experts, siding, windows, doors, decks, painting. So get it all on one company, one invoice, and you have the makings of Genesis. TotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. I hesitate to ask, but how much time do I have?
3.
Okay, I wonder if it's enough. Maybe. Nah, never mind. To brew the coffee sometimes takes a little longer. Yeah, but I meant the brand name is Nespresso. That's the most popular home. What kind do you have? Oh, you have the real kind. Where'd you get that one? I want to look at it. Oh, no. I absolutely. I am so sold. Oh, my God. I would. Give me the name again. Give me the name. There it is. Look, I just put in DALON. How popular must it be to do that? Oh, my God. Look at this. So, which one do you have? Oh, you have one of the mothers. You have one of these mothers, don't you? God damn it. Oh, you didn't get this. That one. Jesus. So is it is. So now you put just coffee in it, right? No pods or anything. That's the fucking way. That is what to do. So it grinds it too? I mean, it's the whole shoe. Oh my God. How'd you choose that one? Oh, I got it. Does it make it cold? Ah, come on. Cold room. Son of a bitch.
I don't have it here in Colorado. Jones is now too cheap to buy another.
But would you have to get the full Monty here too?
Or I didn't know. Now I know. Like, I don't really keep the grinder, but it is not. Never used that grinder. Go the entire house. So.
What is false?
Things like that.
Like, I wonder, this is 49,680. Like, do they have a place you can compare all
Tom?
this? Yeah.
What does false mean?
What's that?
On the call screener.
Oh, okay, hold on. What's false?
Oh, we're asking you.
I didn't write it.
Somebody must.
It's so good. Well, Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino. Your troubleshooter. Somebody's screwing with us. They're writing on our call screener. How do they hack into that one? Anyway, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Bert's turn with Xfinity, right? Yeah. What's happening, Bert? What's going on? Bert?
Bert!
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 Listen, man. Time waits for no man. Let's go to Rob. He has a car insurance issue. Rob, what's happening? Uh-oh.
Going.
Yeah, Rob, what's happening?
Hey, Tom, how's it going?
I'm doing good, man. What's going on?
Yeah, so I had a neighbor back into my car, and I was wondering if you have a good body shop for a second opinion. So I'm not 100% sure that I'm going to get it fixed or just take the money because the car is old. And
how old is the car?
It's 15 years old. Has 250,000 miles on it.
I wouldn't get it fixed. Why the hell would you ever get it fixed?
Right. So that when they were looking at it, they said there's probably going to be supplemental claims also. So it's like, how do I know I'm getting the right amount of money for it from the insurance when they think there's other damage?
Hey, let me ask you this.
In there.
You got 250,000 miles. It's 15 or whatever. What kind of car is it?
Toyota Highlander.
Man, how long have you had it?
Ooh, 8 years.
Holy crap, did that do you well, didn't it? So how does the damage look to you?
It's just cosmetic. There's a couple dents and a cracked bumper, but unless you're really looking at it, you don't really notice.
Well, we have some good, there's all kinds of good places that, what are you looking for? Just you want to get an estimate just for grins. You're not going to get it fixed, right?
Yeah, so I want to be fair to them. So if even if I have to pay something to get a good estimate, someone that could say actually what's a fair price from the insurance company.
Yeah. Okay. Let me look here real quick. We have Rocky Mountain. Well, I don't know. Mark, we don't have a full-blown body shop anymore.
I like Michael's Auto Body, though, in Castle Rock. I know it's a little far for a lot of people, but I've just had great results.
Did you know that Michael sold?
Yeah, I did, but it's still the same gang down there. I stopped in the other day.
Oh, okay. How far are you from Castle Rock?
About a half hour. I could probably make it there.
Michael's Auto Body. Call him first, though.
Yeah, definitely. They're slam, man. They do great work.
Yeah, there are some categories we have to shore up on the referral list. Over the years, our long, dependable people that have been on there are starting to get old and retire. I don't know when Fuller's going to retire, but he's getting old too.
Hint, 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 hint.
Hey, shut up, Mark. Huh? How's next week? Okay, so John's going to throw it into towel. That's just a rumor. By the way, speaking of John, we have him here real quick here, and then we'll take you after the break. Oh, we're running out of time. I got some text we'll come back to. On personal injury, one of the biggest confusion factors is what happens when I get hurt, who takes care of my bills? I don't know why people are waiting thinking the other party's going to do it because they're clearly at fault. It takes a while. Can you get a reprieve, or at least will the medical people hold off till the end? We'll find that out and more coming up. Okay, so on that one, they want to know, have you ever been successful in negotiating that?
Negotiating what? Holding off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm going to
deal with that all the time.
Well, when you say, hey, this guy's got a great cake, I'm wondering, that's a great. Do you want anything?
I'll take a coffee.
I have good coffee. You want me to throw away your can or?
the best. Oh shit. Need ice.
Yeah. To be, you know? Cutting is us.
Oh yeah, we can fix
Cutting
that,
is us.
you know? We can fix you right up for that. But no, I'm with you 100%. This just, you know, the healing time is just ridiculous. But you'll find if you buy one of those coffee machines, you will drink more, absolutely.
That's WIN. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by waterpros.net. You know, you can get a whole house system for around $3,500 with getting rid of all the junk and making your water pure. It actually helps with laundry. I told this story once real quick. I swear to you it's true. There are plenty of times I don't do any soap at all in my laundry. The soft water is that good at cleaning. Seriously. And it's amazing how it can work. By the way, it's the same water they use at Zero Res too for carpet cleaning. I mean, it's amazing. But anyway, waterpros.net, reverse osmosis, soft water, drinking water, whatever you want, they have. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554. John Fuller's with us. And myaccidentlawyer.co, Marc Mager's with us. And we're talking about your problems, questions, complaints. John, we do have quickly here let me see. The camera's on you now. Good. People want to know there's a situation where they have an accident and they want to know, technically they know that the other party is responsible, their damage, but until the case is over, the other insurance probably won't pay. But can you negotiate something to keep people off of your client's back for a while if there's a good case?
Yeah, so let me just start where you did. It's not that they won't pay for a while. They will never pay those bills as they're being incurred. 100% I can say that with certainty. They will not pay those bills. So
even if it's their fault?
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. That at-fault insurance company only represents their insured. They're not a guarantor for your medical bills. They will not pay them if they're sent to them, period. So people all the time go in the hospital and say, oh, yeah, here's the guy who was at fault. The insurance companies,
they won't pay.
They receive those bills and they just turn them around and say, we don't know who this guy is. You know, we have no duty to pay these bills, so they reject them. So here's the deal. You owe those bills, okay? It's a component of your damages. We will go after them. We will get reimbursed for them, but you owe those bills. So if you have copays or deductibles or, out-of-pocket maximums that you have to satisfy, those are all things that you're going to have to deal with. And some can be negotiated and some cannot. There are some billers like ambulances and emergency rooms that seem to want to turn people over to collections, before the door is even shut when they're leaving the hospital. And that's just something that we have to deal with. The good news is most of the time, if we contact these billing entities or the collection agencies that they employ to collect these bills, if they know who we are and they know that that we're pursuing a case and they've got a long track record of us paying them, most of them will sit quietly and wait and will not even report you to the credit union or the credit bureaus, for those outstanding bills.
Okay, so we have another situation here. Let's say you have MedPay, then MedPay pays them. MedPay is a coverage you carry for yourself and your passengers, which is an immediate payment. If you do have MedPay, they pay it. But does the other company reimburse your MedPay?
No, MedPay is non-subrogable.
So what
completely.
if you collect for those? Can you actually collect for those even though MedPay paid them?
Yes, absolutely.
Wait, and you don't have to, so you collect them and you don't have to pay them back?
That's the beauty of MedPay, is it's a non-subrogable, which is a fancy word of saying we don't have to pay it back. Not only do you not have to, the other insurance company does not have to, so their insured does not get to take an offset for something that either health insurance or MedPay has already paid.
But so you're wait, I find this hard to believe. So if I'm injured and I had 10 grand in bills before I win my case, and my MedPay paid 10 grand, I can collect that 10 grand from the person at fault and keep it.
And you should be able to, because the only reason you had that MedPay is because you had the financial forethought to pay for that coverage to protect you and your family.
Yeah, it's not for the other guy, it's for me.
Absolutely.
Okay, now, next question then. What about health insurance? Let's say I don't have MedPay and my health insurance pays, except for my copays or whatever, deductibles. Does my health insurance get reimbursed?
Sometimes. It depends on the type of health insurance you have. There's two major categories, those that are called ERISA policies, which are generally your larger employers, your federal, multi-state type employers, and then those that are regulated under the state law of Colorado. If it's an ERISA policy, almost always they're going to get paid back. If it's a state policy, it depends. If we get policy limits, there's a law called the make-whole doctrine that can sometimes, invalidate their ability to get paid back. There's so many rules that it's so tricky to figure out. I don't know how anybody would figure it out if they don't do this every single day, and that's why they need to call us.
Okay, so the takeaway on this is, first, get MedPay. Second, use your health insurance. Third, you'll get reimbursed, and let John figure out how much you get to keep. Yep. I mean, that's the bottom line, right?
Rules to live by. Yep.
Okay. Now, Joyce, I don't know if this is about injury or about your car. You have a State Farm issue. What's going on, Joyce?
Hi.
Joyce.
It's not about an injury. It's not about a car, and it is for a friend in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
But it's a State Farm. It's a State Farm claim.
Yeah.
And she has a house that she's owned.
Did she get disconnected?
What happened?
Is she still there, guys?
I don't think so.
Line's lit up. She's just not talking. Kelly's going to try and talk to her.
All right, hold on. We're going to get you back here, Joyce. But her friend lives in PA and was injured, I guess, or has a problem. But we'll figure that out. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. By the way, when it comes to no fault versus tort, are there still no fault states?
Yes.
So explain what no fault is. And if you're in that state and you get in an accident, then no matter what kind of insurance you have, no fault prevails, right?
Not necessarily.
Oh, really?
First,
explain what no fault.
Okay, so
what is no fault?
For those that have been around for a long time in Colorado,
we used to
about 20
have
years, we had no fault. And
meaning
under the old no fault statute, if you and I got in an accident, it didn't matter who was at fault. My insurance company would pay for my medical bills, and yours would pay for yours. And so, if you'll remember, back in that day, we had something called personal injury protection, or PIP for short.
PIP.
And that was $50,000 for medical bills and $50,000 for rehab, which could get rolled into the medical. So you essentially had $100,000 of a medical insurance policy on every single car insurance policy in the state.
So in other words, but it would mine covered me, yours covered yours.
Absolutely. And
Then
so
what?
The logic behind that was you didn't have to worry about what insurance the other guy had. As long
But
as
what
you
if
had
the other
insurance-
guy's at fault? What happens?
That's what I'm saying. Even if he was at fault, you would still use your own auto insurance.
Then would
to
your
pay for
insurance
medical.
go collect from him?
Nope, they did not subrogate for those.
What if it went
those claims
over
at all.
50?
Then it just went over 50. That's when you would start using traditional health insurance and stuff like that. Actually, if it was over 100, because you could roll.
But
the
when
50
did your
of rehab.
personal injury lawsuit then, John? What did you fight for then?
Pain and suffering, any excessive medicals, anything that
Excessive.
wasn't covered by
Okay.
PIP. Yep.
So if something was not covered by personal injury under no fault, then then you would go and collect from their insurance.
I mean, it doesn't take that much injury to go over 100,000 in
But
today's world.
in
you
my
know?
opinion, no fault seems to be logical because it doesn't encourage people to go crazy because their own company's paying for it.
So the criticism of no fault was that the doctors would look at that package of available benefits and money as like a piggy bank that they could just overtreat until the cows came home. And that's what the insurance companies lobbied on when they proposed to change it to the system we have right now, is that, oh my goodness, we're being taken advantage of and they're just overtreating like crazy.
And
And
now
there was some of that.
And now the system is tort, meaning the one at fault pays. But
Yeah, but we're like the total polar opposite to where now the struggle is getting people the care that they need and paying for it in the interim between the time of the accident and that settlement. Because of what we talked about earlier, they're not going to pay those bills as they're being incurred. And so more victims got created because of an inability to pay.
do you like no fault better?
I can work with both. I mean, it was a big transition to get over into the system that we have. It's not a bad system today, but it requires, a lot more hands-on management.
Are
to
there
get the
still
case.
no fault states?
Yes.
Okay. Then if I get hit, if I'm vacationing in a no fault state, what happens? What law prevails?
Well, if you're hit by a person that's, at fault in that no-fault state, the no-fault law will dictate kind of how your case will proceed.
So they don't get-
However, the fact that you have a policy from here means that you'll still get to use your MedPay and all those benefits.
If I have MedPay.
Right. So have great coverage here. If you go to another state,
If I don't have MedPay here, then I'm screwed there.
You may be. Yeah.
All right.
You're going to be under their system. Yes.
And if the guy's at fault, you eventually probably could collect.
You hope. Yeah.
But
you
do
could
they
go to
make
a state
you
like Florida where you're not even required to have liability insurance?
But I know. Do they make you collect with no fault? Do you collect only the amount above the mandatory limit?
Well, yes, but that's just for medical bills. That
Right.
doesn't include wage loss and pain
Right.
and suffering and all the other and future medicals as
But
well.
but if I go to a no fault state and I'm injured and they get to subtract the first $50,000.
Yeah, but those benefits are also time limited, and,
I
and there's
get
a
it.
lot of stuff they don't cover. So it's not as just simple to say we deduct 50 grand.
Okay.
But they are entitled to an offset. That those damages are not chargeable to the defendant
Right.
until we exceed a certain threshold.
Okay, got it. Joyce, now State Farm, what's happening?
Okay. Are you still there?
Yep, your friend is in Pennsylvania. What happened?
So she had house insurance with State Farm that she thought was on the house she currently owns. Turns out they had used an address they had from her back in the late 90s, 1998 or something, and they're refusing a claim for a new roof because the address on her policy was wrong.
What?
She
Wait a
owns
minute.
her-
So they claimed
know,
the prop. So on her declaration page, it shows the covered property as a different address than the one she's in.
That's what they're claiming.
How long has she had this policy under the old address?
Since under the new address?
No.
Or the
Under
old
the
address?
how long has there been a mistake on her declarations page?
Since 2018.
So are they willing to give back all her premiums since she wasn't covered?
So she has not talked to anyone that has been willing to say that.
Well, if they're not, if they can't have it both ways.
She never had an insurable interest
Yes,
in that property.
right. If she never had an insurable interest at that old address and they were charging her for that old address, then they either cover the new address or they refund the old address. They can't have it both ways. How much premium has she been paying since 18? So it would have been 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. How much has she been paying for 7 years?
I do not know that. I didn't get that
So
information.
let's say it was about, what kind of house is it?
Probably a medium size. I'm going to guess 2,000 square foot max.
So let's say she was paying $2,000. How much is her roof going to cost? It might be a wash. How much is that roof going to cost?
$20,000, she said.
She's going to be out of pocket some, but I'm telling you, there's a problem. Hold on. I want to get our insurance experts on to talk about what would happen in a case like that. Who's at fault here? I tend to think it's the insurance people at fault, and their errors and omissions should cover it. We'll figure that out coming up. 303-713-8255.
Looking to get help with your ED? Hims has just a minty thing. Hard mints. That's right, hard mints. Go to hims.com/mints, and you can access a mint-flavored, on-the-go, convenient ED treatment, so you're ready whenever the mood strikes. Plus, you can subscribe and save up to 25% if prescribed. Hims Hard Mints contain the same ingredients as the brand names like Cialis, and you can get them through a 100% online process with no copay, no time-consuming appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Just go to hims.com/mints to get connected with a licensed medical provider who can determine if hard mints are right for you. If prescribed, they ship right to your door for free. Get started with a free 100% online consultation today at hims.com/mints. That's hims.com/mints for your free online visit.
Hard Mints is a chewable compounded product which are not approved by or verified for safety or effectiveness by the FDA. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Ideal Home Loans for your next ideal home loan. Right now, a lot of people are still buying homes and they need a loan, no matter what the rates do. But here's the deal. With Ideal, when you get your home, you get a free guarantee. So when rates go down, they refinance you free of charge. IdealHomeLoans.com. Here's what else Ideal will do. If you are getting a loan to maybe pay off some high interest debt, they can show you where you're going to save overall every month, even if your rate goes up on your mortgage, and then they'll help you pay down that mortgage quicker. You need to check him out. IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000. The art of granite is the art of countertops, whether it be granite or any other material, because they do it all. And not only do they do it all, they give you a price on the phone right now. Why do they do that? Because they know that they have the best deals. Whether it be granite, quartz, quartzite, marble, any material, they'll give you a price on the phone, plus a choice of incentives. You may want a free kitchen sink, a free bathroom vanity, maybe a free edge treatment, free backsplash. You choose theartofgranite.com. Call them now for a price, 303-386-5919. Hey, when you see what Fix-It can do for your air conditioner, you'll be amazed. No, they're not coming out there trying to replace it. Now, what they're trying to do is fix it, hence the name FixMyHome.com. Fix it 24/7. $39 for new customers, a screaming deal. They go through the entire air conditioning and clean each and every crevice of dirt and debris, and your blower motor and all of that they service. So they can increase efficiency up to 30%, just $39. It's an amazing service with a no breakdown guarantee. 720-526-3939, fixmyhome.com.
Troubleshooter show. Please hold a moment.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. Hello, Tom Martino Show.
Somebody wants to know what coffee maker.
Hello, Tom Martino
Somebody
Show.
wants to know what
How
coffee
can I help
maker
you?
we're talking about. I'll give him a link.
Oh, you're breaking up
a little
big
more
time.
than a coffee
I
maker,
I cannot. Maybe you should call me back. Thank you.
Oh, they won't let me post it.
Nothing from Jeremy. Call Brian. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Jesus. I didn't know we had a character limit on coffee makers. I mean, on posting a link for that coffee maker.
Don't go posting that.
Cohen says bank may
No.
not have opened account if he said it was to pay off an adult
I
film
do.
star.
I am.
of 'em out there,
We
you
do
know?
not give angels information over the air or to callers that
Ever.
call in.
Only one left.
What you need to do is probably send us a email to help@troubleshooter.com.
Do you have to give a
And-
reason when you're opening a
and
bank account?
describe exactly what you're looking for so we can get the
Like
correct
this one's only 80.
details
Oh,
to
that
send
doesn't
you.
grind it, so you got.
Yeah.
Now, can you put shit in there to make an espresso and a timer? So
10
it'll
seconds.
Start grinding and make it.
Trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
The difference is that for an espresso, you have to lock it in. It's got to be a
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. DenverRegen.com, $250 a month. The compounded semaglutide for weight loss with supplies, doctor consultations, and drugs. DenverRegen.com. Check with your doctor before any weight loss program. But it's amazing how inexpensive and plentiful it is compared to the brand names. DenverRegen.com. So, Joyce had a claim, her friend, and this is wrong. And did we get Compass on? Kachina, I want to get Compass on to talk about this.
Working on it right now.
Thank you very much. Hold on, Joyce. Natalie, what is your question for John Fuller, possibly? Go ahead, Natalie.
Hi, yes. Thanks for taking my call. My nephew and his wife play in a co-ed softball league, and they were playing a couple Fridays ago. He was fielding second. His wife caught the ball and just kind of lobbed it to him. She didn't, throw it hard or anything. And there was a runner coming from first place to second base. And when my nephew caught the ball, they locked eyes. He locked eyes with the runner, and the guy just, kept running. And, he was already out. And he lowered his shoulder and went right up into my nephew's face. Broke at least 2 teeth, split his lip wide open.
Now, was he angry or he just couldn't stop? Was it like an intentional thing?
It was almost intentional. He never even stutter-stepped or...
But did he say, he was going in that direction anyway, right? Then he was called out, and he kept going.
Right.
Was he, when he was called out, was he a foot away, 2 feet away, 10 feet away? Do you know?
I don't know. That's a really good question. But
and just charge right through him.
I don't think he was. He just charged right through him. And my nephew's not a small guy. He's 6'4", and this guy was shorter than my nephew. So for him to hit him.
Now, did the guy? I'm just curious. How did the guy react after it? Did he say, "Serves you right. Get the hell out of my way," or what? Did he say anything?
My bad, bro.
Okay, so it's not like they were he was trying to be a jerk. And did it seem like he was surprised and he made a mistake, or that, I don't know. I have a bigger question.
There was no remorse. My nephew had blood pouring out of his mouth, and he just, the whole game stopped because John was injured. Anyway.
Now, here's what I want to ask you, John. I know what she's probably asking. Is there any liability? So I want to know this. When you play sports, is there such thing as negligence? Or you just, hey, man, that's an assumed risk. You're playing a damn sport. You tackled me too hard. You checked me too hard. You did something and injured me. Really? What about that?
Yeah, so assumption of the risk is always a defense against claims, that you would make against somebody. Here's the thing that, my personal injury lawyer, thought process kicks in. Let's say this was a complete accident, and the guy, didn't know didn't know he was there, and just ran over him by accident. It was complete negligence, knew about it and should have known, and just, it was a total accident. You could maybe go against a homeowner's policy or something like that to get some sort of coverage, but, even that would be an uphill battle. The fact that it was more or less an intentional act means even if there were 10 insurance policies lined up, you're not going to be able to make a claim for an intentional act. That's like an assault. You can't go and blame somebody for accidentally doing an intentional act.
So if somebody intentionally injures someone, like if I drive my car into somebody,
yes, that's an intentional act.
My insurance company can turn down that other person.
They can and will turn down. No, not the other person. They'll turn down your defense. They won't cover you.
That's what I mean. So, but will they have to cover the other party if I injured them intentionally?
No, but Tom, you won't have the benefit of your insurance to cover you, to protect you.
I know.
So you can be personally liable,
right,
for that. For those
I get that.
injuries.
I get that. But so if another car runs into me out of anger, I can't go after that other car's insurance.
Correct.
Wow.
There's going to be no coverage. It's an intentional act exception, and every insurance company has it. You can't go run somebody down and then claim, oh, I'm sorry, it was an accident. I want to call it negligence and get my insurance money.
So if this guy was intentional, the victim's SOL, but if the victim was not intentional, it's actually better. But does liability cover you? I mean, does negligence play into the fact of a game?
So usually there are waivers and all sorts of stuff that you sign to participate in those things, saying, I acknowledge that these risks exist and I'm willing to waive them, okay? So you may not even get past the word go to find a viable claim. But assuming you got beyond that, we deal with, was it an accident and was it not? If it was an accident, we then try to find coverage. We go to his homeowners. If he has homeowners, he may not. You're not going to get it on car insurance. You're not going to get it on anything else. So you're rapidly getting into a narrow, tiny little subset that might find coverage. The chances are the answer is no.
But I've heard of negligence. Did I even hear, can a professional football player actually be charged with negligence if he knocks out a guy for life in his career and he was just excessive force? Is there a such thing?
Maybe. I mean, certainly they could be negligence, but you're mostly going to get into intentional action. I mean, you ran the guy down.
Yeah.
It wasn't an accident. You teed up on him and mowed him down.
So
right?
so there would be no insurance, but could be personal liability.
There could be personal liability, absolutely.
Okay.
And those guys, you would do it because they have money. But your average walking around guy that has no unencumbered assets, no big fat bank account sitting out there, there's no pot of gold there to go after the guy.
Okay, so what would your question be, Natalie, as John said in the beginning? Because I just wanted to get all of this out first. Did we cover it, or do you have a specific question?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of did. They both are in sports a lot, so they know about waivers. This league did not have them sign a waiver. So they know. They thought that was interesting too.
Are there assumed risks without waiver?
Yes.
So then, for example, if you play a sport,
even if the umpire brought the teams together and said emphatically that this is a non-contact softball game or league, and the umpire has already told the director of the league all of this information too. So that's why I was just calling to see if they had any kind of.
Yeah, without me being a smart aleck here, so what? If the umpire said, now boys and girls, we're not going to run into each other, we again come back to the same analysis. Was it negligence, meaning there may be the ability to find some coverage through a homeowner's or something, or was it intentional? It still sounds an awful lot like an intentional contact. Even if he didn't intend the actual result, he intended the hit. And you're going to be liable for the consequences of your intentional acts. And one of them is that there's not going to be coverage available under your homeowner's policy.
Can this guy, theoretically, how much injury does he have, by the way?
They're already, they've already spent maybe $5,000.
Oh, my God. So this guy had his face decimated.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah, it was...
Does he have health
not
insurance?
Just something little.
Is his health insurance covering him?
He does have some. It's dental insurance, so they do have some dental insurance, but they're still.
Is it all dental, or does he have any cosmetic or orthopedic problems?
No orthopedic. He may have cosmetic in his lip, but we're thinking that's healing fine because it just went back to where it was supposed to go. But it's mostly going to be dental. He still has to wait another 6 to 8 weeks because the bone fractured in where his teeth go in his upper jawbone. Yeah. So
it sounds horrible. Thank goodness he has health insurance or
dental
insurance.
But man, sometimes there's just not a liability claim or anyone. There might be, but it may not be worth pursuing. I don't know. I mean, look.
Listen. There's no harm in asking. So see if the guy that ran into him has a homeowner's policy. I'm sure that the guy is not going to say, I intentionally ran him down, even though we have our suspicions. But there'd be no penalty for calling that insurance company and opening a claim and letting them analyze it and see if there's coverage. If there is, great. If not, you tried.
So Natalie, you bring up some good points, by the way, and thank you. I hope it works out, but man, I want to ask this, John. In a bar fight, we've had calls like this. I got to take this break, right? Dragon, am I overtime?
Yes, you need to take a break.
I do want to know about a bar fight because we've had these questions before. This and more coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
A couple busy spots throughout the Denver Metro for the noon hour commute. I-25 southbound into downtown. Looks like we've got some road work at Spear Boulevard with slow traffic back from I-70, only about 2 or 3 minutes of delays. Northeast of there, I-270 eastbound. Some usual congestion between I-76 and Vasquez. Further east and leaving DIA, Pena Boulevard southbound, some busy traffic between Tower Road and 56th. I-70 east and westbound, no complaints to and from DIA. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, stormy few days ahead of us. High 73 with isolated thunderstorms throughout the front range. Overnight low of 48, tomorrow high 77. The current temperature in Denver is 67 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including faux wood blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Hey, if you're looking for an investment that is guaranteed in writing, there are some investments that do that. First and foremost, what you do is you purchase a fixed indexed annuity, either with monthly payments if you're younger to build it up, or a lump sum as you're older, maybe from a retirement account. Now, not everything is roses. I mean, you do give up the money to put it in an annuity. Now, you can get it back. There are ways to get it back, but mostly you're putting it in there to grow tax-free and then take out income for life. And here's the point. You don't lose principal, you don't lose gain, and you do have income guaranteed. Find out more, mymoneymyway.com, 303-779-6600. Hey, Genesis Total Exteriors. I've known Mark for many years, and you can depend on him for quality products and really great service. Now, here's the deal. He can handle all of your storm damage, either past or maybe damage to come. Think, if you have roofing, soffits, fascia, siding, stucco, windows, doors, decks, painting, and more, they can do it all. One point of contact, one invoice. Genesis, TotalExteriors.com. The Art of Granite wants to do your countertops no matter what material they are. It's called the Art of Granite, but they do anything, any man-made materials or solid stone. They do it all with free incentives that you choose, either a free bathroom vanity, free kitchen sink, free backsplash, free edge treatments. You can get 25% discounts with cabinets, whatever you need, whatever you want. They'll give you a price on the phone. That's the great part. TheArtOfGranite.com. Get your price right now, 303-386-5919, 386-5919. So Joyce had the one with the, yeah, State Farm with wrong. Is Compass not coming on?
Good afternoon. Thanks so much. I have them, Tom. He's on 6. Jeremy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it. Okay, good.
This guy says you could have charged him so he drops the ball, because if he dropped the ball, is it no longer an out?
You've seen people try to hit them so hard that they drop the ball.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
If you drop the ball, it doesn't count as a hit.
Correct. Well, it counts as a hit, but it doesn't count as an out anymore.
That's what I meant, an out. Yeah, that's what I meant, an out. So
But still,
is there
I mean,
a
it
time
doesn't-
limit you have to hold on to the ball for?
I don't know, but I thought of that too, but that's not really the issue. The issue is whether you intentionally hurt the dude, But it does go to the assumption of the risk, to where you're like, what can you reasonably anticipate when you're on second base and you catch the ball and some guy's coming in hot? Are you likely to
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Let's ask Jeremy from Compass Insurance Group about this really weird situation in Pennsylvania. Jeremy, welcome to the show.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, so Joyce's friend has a policy, homeowner's policy, and just listen to this one. She's had the State Farm policy since 2019. All right?
Okay.
Now, that's 5 years. Now, she recently was denied a roof claim because they have her down as the home being at a different address. Joyce, I want to ask a few questions. The address that was being insured, according to State Farm, was that a house she used to live at?
Yes.
And how long? She was in the new house since 2019?
18, yep. Well, no, actually, she was in the new house since 2000, but in 2018, she changed to State Farm.
And when she changed to State Farm, she changed what address? But they, when she was in that home since 2000. So when she switched to State Farm, where'd they get this other address?
Probably from an old State Farm policy that she had at the other address.
Okay, so when they issued the policy in a declarations page, did she notice it was an old address on it?
She did not. And State Farm has her car insurance, and her car insurance is for the correct address.
Now, one thing I do know, as well as I know, all the people at Compass, whenever they do anything, including saving me money, they make me sign a complete set of documents again on DocuSign.
Right.
Now, Jeremy.
Right.
Jeremy, do you do that for your protection so I sign off on it and agree to it?
We do it for two reasons. One, yes, that. But two, it's so much easier. Anyone can make a mistake. And it's so much easier to have different layers, multiple layers, up front to catch that mistake to avoid this situation. Because it really is. We want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Well, whose fault would it be then? What do you think? If Compass, well, I wouldn't say if Compass, because Compass would never do this, I don't think. But, okay, so let's say they've been insuring since 2018 this damn house that's not even located there.
I think the original mistake, I mean, if they have the correct address for the auto, then the mistake falls with the insurance company or whoever wrote it for having the wrong address.
So
I mean,
what happens? They're refusing to pay.
Well, I think at some point the insured has an obligation as well to make sure they're reviewing those policies. So I think it's a big difference to say this happened, in the first year of the policy. Even you could probably make an argument.
But Jeremy, listen, I've had insurance for I don't know how many years with you guys, and after the first year, I've never looked at my Dex page. You just tell me what I have, and I don't look. I'll be honest.
Sure. And I think a lot of that comes back to what is the agency doing on their end to make sure things are right? So every time someone calls in, we try to review that account, catch things, making sure, hey, this doesn't look right. I think a lot of this comes into trying to avoid the problem to start.
So,
but I think
Joyce,
the insurance company is going to take a stance at some point, whether people do it or not. There's going to be some level of, hey, it's on the first page.
Hold on, Joyce, because I have a lot to say about this coming back. Hang on. And if you could, Jeremy, that would be good. We got more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
A couple busy spots throughout the Denver Metro for the afternoon commute. I-25 southbound into downtown. We're seeing speeds in the 30s and 40s between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Northeast of there, I-270 westbound, some stop and go between Northfield and Vasquez. Further east and leaving DIA Pena Boulevard southbound, we're looking at intended speeds between Tower Road and 56th. Heading north to Longmont, Diagonal Highway, both east and westbound roads affected by a crash at South Pratt Parkway. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, stormy few couple of days coming up. High 73 today with isolated thunderstorms. Overnight low 48. The current temperature in Denver 69 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Hey, if you are looking for the best carpet cleaning ever, ZeroResDenver.com. I just can't say enough. I talked about this super soft water they use, absence of minerals and alkaline based. Why do I mention that? Because I'll tell you why. Because that gives you a water that's the best cleaning agent in all of nature, and it's safe for kids, safe for pets, safe for you. Plus, it gets deep cleaned. It really does. Your carpets get deep cleaned. I call it really clean, zero resified, no residue to ever attract any future dirt, and they dry faster, stay clean longer. Zero Res, can't say enough. 3 rooms for like $109 and $75 off duct cleaning. They do duct cleaning, and they also do tile and grout, and they do upholsteries and mattresses. You won't get a better clean. The only people I use in my home, you got to try it. You'll never go back. Zero Resify, ZeroRes.com. That's ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150. All right. Now, if you want the best service in real estate, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Why do I say that? Because it's true. Frank Duran will not only do a free analysis of your home as to what it will sell for and what you will clear and what you can buy. That's all free. But if you want to list with Frank, he will never hold you to a long-term listing. He guarantees it because he knows that you want him to earn his commission every day. So he guarantees performance in writing and never a long-term contract. 888heating.com. Can't say enough about those guys. For $28, they will service any plumbing item at all, including a water heater, which would include a flush and everything. And if you have a problem beyond the $28, they will credit you the $28. That's 888heating.com. And that number is, let me find it right here. It's 303-770-2776. And as you know, I am a big believer in RenewHomeInnovations.com. If you want the most beautiful showers that you can find with stone resin walls, no maintenance, beautiful glass walls that don't require any shower doors or curtains, no thresholds to walk or stumble over stone walls with no maintenance. I love them. 3 days they can get it done, and 72 months to pay no interest. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000.
But no, it was not the best morning for Kelly, and I never fall back asleep. So that tells you how straining of a weekend this was for me.
Passed by Congress in 2005, the Real ID Act enacted.
Yeah.
You know, we're listening. Poor Kelly. That's what John. Poor Kelly.
Real ID is
How do you do it?
Enforced May 7th, 2025.
Poor Kelly.
What?
I said, poor Kelly. John said, poor Kelly. We're listening to your woes.
Oh.
She has lots of them.
It was crazy this morning.
Yes, poor Kelly.
I forgot I was on YouTube. I thought you had us spotted down.
No.
God damn it.
Not while Tom was doing his live.
No. Hey, I went to see the Northern Lights up in the mountains. I went to a really
Could you see them?
ID compliant cards have one of the following.
Was it cool?
I took these. Now, I will tell you, your phone picks up a little more than anything, but
Right.
I still saw it. I mean, sir, I took with my phone.
Yeah, I've taken pictures outside where it's pitch black
Gold
and
star,
dark.
black
and then
star.
Holy cow, that's so
Encompassing
cool.
star, circle is the company.
Where did you go for that?
Black or a bear with a star on its ass.
Yeah.
We went to Evergreen. Not Evergreen, Genesee.
Okay.
Way out the country.
Picture of it.
Shit, man. It was so good.
What time of the morning was that?
2.
Yeah.
So I call my son and I say, look, can you?
That's cool.
Yes, and that's California. Yep, sure enough. That's California.
Shooting.
All right, my lunch is here. Thank God.
Woohoo!
It was just so awesome.
That's
to do.
cool.
So my son thought
I'd
I was
rather
nuts.
see that than an eclipse.
So he
yeah.
came. I went and saw that too. Not the most recent one, but a few years
Oh,
ago.
I remember.
Ross Kaminsky and I went out. So, and I took pictures of that. But with the most wonderful thing, it's fun because Rob went out there, my friend, and then he called me. I called my son.
All right, 10 seconds here, guys.
My son gathered a couple of friends.
Talking about it right here.
I mean, look at the country.
It's such a joke.
On Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. Your voice, your vote.
2:30, but in my house, I got landscaping lights and stuff. It was too light to see much of anything.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, Jeremy, it seems to me that this is negligent on the agent's part for sure, but,
sure.
I got to think. They were paying, now the roof's going to be $20,000. They were paying in premiums. I don't know. I would say at least probably $2,000 a year. I don't know.
Sure. And I guess the thing I would say is it seems like it's something they should be able to fix, right?
They should be able to get either their money back, although I don't know if I'd
Right.
settle for that. And that's 6 years of premiums. But, Jeremy, this is the insurance commissioner for that state. Don't you think they'd have something to say about this?
That'd be where I would contact. That'd be the first person I'd contact. You're not. I mean, if State Farm's going to take the stance they're not going to pay, I don't know where you're going to go with that. I mean, I would go to the insurance commissioner, and and every state's different, obviously, because I think this was out of state, and how they're going to look at that. And I think the goal obviously is to avoid it from happening. But when it does happen, you still have to look at the intent. Is this off a digit? Is it an old address? Clearly that she didn't give him this address. They have the correct address. So I feel like it's the just simple, we're not covering it because of this, seems a little harsh. I mean, it's not like she didn't have insurance, but it's hard to make that fight with some companies.
Yep. Now, I would say you need to contact, as soon as possible, your buddies and get them to put a complaint in with the state authorities, because they're pretty strict when it comes to, insurance authorities are usually pretty good at following up complaints. So...
And I would make the argument if they're not going to cover it, then she didn't have insurable interest on this phantom house that she's insuring. They shouldn't be able to collect the money on it. She couldn't have made a claim on it if she doesn't own the house.
Exactly.
So at a minimum, she should be able to fight to get that premium back, which would, at least if she can't get it covered, should help offset the cost of that. But they can't have it both ways.
By the way, it's the
premium.
Pennsylvania Insurance Department of Consumer Services. Look them up. Pennsylvania Insurance Department Consumer Services. I'm Tom Martino. Thank you. Compass Insurance for insurance checkups, 303-996-9000.
Have you heard? The future of bank.
Did that number get out?
Thanks, Jeremy.
Yes, you're good.
Thanks. Man, that's shitty of State Farm.
It is, yeah. Not surprising, but I think you could tune them up on that, you know?
So, anyway,
Mr. Beta, this is Bo from the... I'm doing pretty good. I put a couple calls in
What a chicken shit he is.
Works with Tom. I guess he had
Just an asswipe.
And I wasn't aware of, where I don't know if it was you or your wife signed some paperwork agreeing to the estimate, and I didn't know that. But the problem, I feel for you, but unfortunately, since paper.
Cohen says he didn't include Trump on any of the bank documents.
Then why are we having a trial?
What the hell's going on here?
For you, that did the motor. Yes, sir. So, Mr. Abeda, who signed the paperwork? Was it you or your wife? Did you? Oh, he did. Okay, good.
Yes, please, have a seat. So here's the thing. When this company brought you on, we took a chance on you. You didn't have that four-year college degree we typically look for. Right. But we gave you a shot anyway. And since then, you've worked incredibly hard and given it your all.
Yeah, the bubble club.
Important asset to the team. But I don't think you can be an intern here anymore. We want to hire you.
You're serious?
Absolutely. Find your next great employee. Introduce yourself to the grads of life. Who are they? It's not worth knowing about. Young adults have unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your
39. Did they give you this green membership?
every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
I won't let you down.
I know. Don't miss out on a resource many innovative companies have already discovered. Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find
1700. Yeah, I wish I could do something for you. Right.
KHOW News Time, 103.
Okay. maybe you shouldn't have tendered the credit card over. But yeah, if you didn't sign that paper, we could certainly go to bat for you. But I tried. I'm sorry for your experience, but that'd be a scumbag. I didn't talk to Tom. I talked to Marc Mager. He's my co-host there, and apparently Mark has been in contact with Fix It 24/7. So if you wanted to, you could possibly call and ask for him, or I could give you his email. If you want to send it to Mark, yeah, he's like the co-host here. Okay, so you did converse with him. Sure. How long has it been since the work's been done? I think you have Mr. Aveda, I think you have 30 days to contest it. And I would call your card company today and try to do that. That would be your only avenue.
Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Happy. That's happy. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. I'm with John Fuller, Fuller Law. We're talking about personal injury, liability, negligence, and where they cross and crisscross and all of that. Plus, we're talking about your problems, questions, complaints. Had some very interesting calls. Something about towing, by the way. From everything I see and read and people text me, there are limits. Did you look it up, John? There are limits to what people can charge you. And I think this one woman was overcharged. However, there's no getting out of towing normally if you did everything, as long as they had a sign up and they did everything according to law. And most tow companies, believe it or not, do that. Now, there is a little thing people confuse about 24 hours notice. That 24 hours notice is only for parking in residential areas where you are in a parking spot, but not someone else's parking spot. It's just being unauthorized. They have to give you 24 hours notice. But if you're in a fire lane or something ruled to be a safety blockage, or you are in someone else's spot, there's no 24 hours notice. The same with commercial parking, no 24 hours notice. Now, John, what did you look up about towing? Oh, okay. What did you look up?
Your memory technique.
Oh, good. Okay. We were talking about photographic memory techniques. What's the name of it? I want to tell them what I talked about.
They call it memory palace or method of loci. It's
Now,
a memorization technique.
By the way, if you're ever thinking about memorizing them, I was trying to figure out, I was telling John what I do sometimes. He said that's a technique a well-known technique for memorizing. And memory palace is where you visualize a place you know. Let's say your house. Right now, if you think about your front door walking in, you know what you see on the left, you know what you see on the right, you know where your office is, you know the bathrooms, you know everything in your house. Usually, you can do a mental walkthrough of your house. So to exercise your photographic ability, what you do is associate something you want to remember with a certain part of your house. And when you walk in, so for the left, I have a credenza right there in the hallway. So now I visualize something on that credenza. It could be that person sitting on there. By the way, the more ridiculous the vision, the more you'll remember it. You can remember somebody sitting on there or laying on there drinking something, I don't know, or whatever, something colorful. Or you have a flashcard on there or some fact on there. So it's really fun. I didn't realize. So he told me, Tom, what you do has already been done. And people do it. I used to do it because I would always think I can remember places, I can remember images better than I can remember words on a page, or definitely auditory stuff. But everyone has a different way of learning, and that one we were talking about off the air. So now let's talk about other things. The towing thing I brought out, and there's something else. This insurance thing has us pissed off, and I'm almost sure they're going to get this covered. But they had a house insured, and on the Dex page was a house that she used to own 20 years ago. Honest to God. It had no relation to the house she was in. But State Farm had an old address for her on file, and that's the one they put on the Dex page. So when she had a roof that needs replacement, they said, we're not replacing that roof because you didn't insure this house, you insured a previous house. She's been paying for 6 years on so-called previous house. Now, no matter what, they would owe her a refund because she's been paying on something she didn't have an insurable interest in. She could have never collected on. But better yet, I think their negligence is that should cost them the roof. Now, she can't have both, I don't think, a refund or a roof. But I think she should be entitled to that $20,000 roof. Don't you, John? I mean, as far as what's right is right, or do you think it's not so cut and dry?
No, I think it's completely cut and dry. If she didn't have an insurable interest and push comes to shove and they just stick to their guns and say, we're not going to cover this lady's house, then they can hardly even defend against the suggestion that they've got to pay it back because, as proven by this claim, she had no coverage. So they completely just charged her for something that they never were going to provide. So absolutely a refund is coming. I guarantee you.
All right. 303-713-TALK. James, what's going on with a car sale? James, welcome to the show. What's happening?
Hi, Tom. Thanks for taking my call. I really appreciate it.
What's going on?
I'm not sure if I have a problem or not.
Yeah.
So I went to EMIC, and I traded in a vehicle on a lease.
Yeah.
And I traded in the vehicle for $16,100.
You know, by the way, I'm sorry you traded in a car on a lease because they call it the disappearing trade. They can work numbers on a lease where you're not getting any credit for that, but keep going.
Okay, yeah, okay, I'll keep going. So that leaves me with $9,061 for my trade-in because my payoff, including the processing fee of the title, was.
So you had, you're saying $9,061 to the good. Let's just call it $9,000 positive equity.
Copy.
Okay.
And then and I'll just round all the numbers from here. What they told me is they would only allow me to put $6,000 toward my trade. And
what did they do with the other three?
They said they would give me a check.
You have that in writing?
They did not. Yes, I do. I emailed you a copy. It's called a We Owe.
Yeah. So are they refusing now to give you that?
Well, they say they say that it's going to take 1 to 2 months, and they'll try to get it to me in 30 days. And I want to know if that's kind of normal operating procedure or not.
Nothing's normal. It's whatever they want. I mean, they could have offices in Timbuktu. I mean, if that's what they agreed to and you agreed to it, but, you know, if you agree it could take 1 or 2 months, I have no idea why it would, but I could see why. They want to, first of all, verify you have the equity and all of that. But I'm more concerned about something that I can probably show you on your lease where you didn't even get the $6,000 credit.
Okay, please do.
Well, it's too late now if you signed it, but what I'm saying is, did you send me the lease docs? Did you actually send me all the facts and figures?
I sent you just one copy of the
Here's how they do it.
Can...
They adjust the lease factor. Let me just tell you how they do it. They adjust the lease factor or the mileage or the acquisition cost or a little bit of all, where that trade, you've got nothing for it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's an age-old ritual to steal trades. It's called stealing the trade. And you should never, ever, ever trade on a lease. They can't mask it in a purchase that, well, they could always raise the prices and all that. But but it's easier to mask in a lease than it is in a purchase. Because in a purchase, it comes off the price. In a lease, you don't really have a price. You have a payment. You know, and
so they tell me, okay, so I'll just run through the numbers real quick for you. The gross capitalization cost was $50.
Now, do you know what that means? Do you know what gross capitalization means?
It means the agreed upon value of the vehicle and anything you add, like service contract.
Right. That's right. Right. Keep going.
Yeah, and then so the capital cost reduction was $25,000.
Now, where'd they get the $25,000?
Through $19,000 in rebates and reduction. It was the EV.
Yeah.
And my trade-in.
Okay, so 25 plus 6?
No, 25 total included.
Oh, included 6. Okay, so that 25, did you verify that the 25 was truly an extra, that the tax credits added up to 25 minus 6 to 19?
No. See, I'll tell you how they got the, yeah, I see what
And
you're
when they
saying.
say the tax credits, why would they reduce it by the tax credits? Usually you get the tax credits. Did they actually, did they take the tax credits then? Yes, as the leaseor they would.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
I got it.
Yeah.
So they took the tax credits, and they
Yeah.
took the tax credits of 19, supposedly, and gave you 6 for a total cap reduction of 25. Now, if that's what it's showing, and truly, if you did get a cap reduction of 25, then you got credit for that 6 on the trade. However, was the cap figured properly? Like, how did they get to the $50,000 cap?
Right.
Well, how? I'm asking how. What was the price of the...
I'm sorry. The vehicle was the agreed upon price was $47,112. They jacked me with CarGuard after I told them not to. I wanted no
hold on.
add-on.
No. They didn't jack you with anything after you told them not to. You jacked yourself because
Exactly. You're
they
exactly
told.
right.
Okay.
You're exactly.
Okay, go ahead. And you can
right.
still get that
I
removed,
apologize.
by the way.
Because I signed it, so I'm responsible.
But you can
I'm the
still get
responsible
that
party.
removed. But in any case, so you got 50 grand, but you're positive that the cap, or if you went out to buy the car, it would be 47 something.
Oh no, you get this car for a lot cheaper than that.
Well then,
Yes, he'd get
okay.
the rebates and stuff for it.
No, I'm not talking about the rebate.
No, I'm saying if he went out and just bought it outright,
Yeah.
he would get those rebates.
So he would, but I'm asking you right now, if you bought that car, what would you pay for it? I'm not talking about your credits. What would be the price you would pay?
I think I think you could probably get it for 45 cash.
Yeah, you would get it for less than. Here's what you would get it for. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you exactly what you would get it for. You would get it for 50 minus the 6,000 they gave you in a trade. You would get it for $44,000.
That's yeah.
So what did they just do with your trade?
They
Stole
added that number onto the number that they would.
They
really
stole
sell
your
it.
trade.
Copy.
I wish people would call us before they buy or lease.
I know.
It doesn't matter. At least get your $3,000. But you know what? Because then you won't be totally. But they took a good part of your trade. Yeah, they did.
How do I get the CarGuard back?
Just tell them you want to cancel it. I don't know of
Call the
any.
dealer?
I don't know of any add-on you can't cancel. You can tell them that, by the way.
cool.
And the state attorney general was involved in that years ago. Now, a lease might be different, and I'll tell you why. Because the leaseor is the one that bought that, not you. And I'm not sure they have to agree now. See, what they could say is, we bought this with the promise you were going to lease it. So you didn't really add it. They added it. They added it to the car they bought. With the agreement, you would lease it with that on there.
It's already incorporated into that vehicle.
Yeah, what I'm saying, that's right. For example, if I said to you, I'm going to rent you a home, and I'm going to rent it to you with air conditioning, but you're going to pay a little more for rent, and you said, okay, and now you say, no, I don't want to rent it with air conditioning, I'll say, tough. That was the terms of the lease. The lease is different than the purchase. Had you purchased it, you could have done away with that. But I think a lease changes things a little because you're not the one who put it on there. You really screwed yourself, bro. But it's okay. You know what? Live and learn. Do you like the car? That's what's important. What kind of an EV is it?
I love it. It's an ID4 VW.
Oh, my God. Never mind.
What?
Oh, God. Well, okay. Okay. How'd you choose that?
You hate those two?
I don't hate them. I don't hate them, but I'm saying if you're going to do an EV, at least do one that's proven. Volkswagens are not great cars to begin with. You know that.
Really? Because I traded in an all-track. I love that car.
Oh, okay. So you like Volkswagen.
Well,
I mean,
you have more experience, obviously, than
I do. No, I don't. Not with every brand. I only go by what I hear.
Yeah.
I only go by what I hear. And if you had good luck with your Volkswagen and you like the brand, I'm not telling you it's not a good brand. I'm telling you it's not one of the more reliable brands. But
I think what he's saying is your first car was likely the Model T. You know?
Yeah. No, listen, I'm telling you
Tom
that
and I are the same age.
Here's what's unfortunate, man.
I had a Chevelle.
Here's what's unfortunate. What's unfortunate is the German cars nowadays, they're all pretty good quality coming out of the factory. They have really nice finish and trim, but they don't have the longevity or life that they used to. And that's the sad fact. And they're not quite as bad as Range Rovers. Now, if you did Range Rovers, I would have smacked you upside the head. But
yeah, right. Yeah.
And Range Rover happens to be one of the prettiest SUVs right now out there. Beautiful. I swear to God, they're so wonderful looking, but they suck. And I wish they didn't suck. Just like the Jaguars used to be. Good looking. Jaguars were the nicest looking freaking cars they ever made back in the day when they were made in England and they were almost possessed by the devil. They had so many problems. The old Lucas Electrics. But I digress. Again, if you like the car, that's all that matters right now. What's your monthly payment?
It is $220 plus tax.
Holy crap, is that good? Holy. How long is that good for?
36.
That's spectacular. That's almost like a free car. Now, listen, man. But now one other question. How many miles per year do you get to put on that?
10,000. But I live in Breckenridge in the winter, and I never drive in the winter because I just take the bus from my house.
You made a sweetheart lease for. That's what leases are made for customizing, and that's exactly what you did. You did it the right way by customizing it. You could have had it even cheaper, which is amazing to me. But you freaking got that car for $200 and something a month. That's coffee money for a lot of people.
Yeah, my insurance is $70 less a month.
What's your range on that car?
They say it's
take a break when you can.
To optimize the battery, you are supposed to do 80%.
Yeah, so what's your range on 80%?
200.
Okay.
So my deal was I needed a vehicle up to go to Breck.
Yeah.
And charge there. And
is it all-wheel drive?
About this. Yep, all-wheel drive. Free charging at Electrify America for 3 years.
Okay, bro. Then I take back everything I said. Even if they screwed you out of a few grand, you did pretty well. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Think identity theft won't happen to you? Think again. There's a new victim every 3 seconds in the U.S. Over 15 million this year alone, and many don't even know they're victims. LifeLock alerts you to identity threats you could miss even when you monitor your credit. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but everyone can save up to 25% their first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code
they do
at
that on every
LifeLock.
purchase anyway.
No, they don't. Simply Floors Inc. will get you floor coverings of any kind, whether luxury vinyl planking. You can get, they have carpeting, they have hardwoods, they have laminates, veneers. Here's the deal. All you have to do is look them up online, go and see them, or they'll come to see you. You have the choice. Great pricing, great installers, great service, great warranties. Simply Floors Inc. simplyfloorsinc.com. That's INC, simplyfloorsinc.com. Hey, you want to talk about great service? I can't say enough about lazydays.com, the RV authority. Lazy Days sells new and used RVs. They service new and used RVs, and they'll even buy your used RV. They have a new service facility up at I-25 and exit 240. That's lazydays.com. 303-453. Oh, wait, hold on. That number might have changed. Let me make sure of that. Because, oh, no, I think it's the same. But Lazy Days is the place if you're looking for great service and great deals. 303-453-1111, lazydays.com. All right, what about estate planning? It's something we all need, whether it's a simple will or a more complicated trust, or maybe a combination. But here's the deal. Keel & Park does business better than any other people in this business. Well, not better. I'm saying in a more logical, flow-through way. Here's what they do. They'll talk to you about your entire life. You know, everything you own, everything you need to sell, your business, your artwork, your bank accounts, your investments, your heirs, your desires. Then they put together a plan. But all of that's complimentary up till that point. The plan then has flat rate pricing, and you decide what you want to do, how much or how little, cafeteria style. You don't do any better than that. No guesses, no risks. You meet with them free. Keel & Park, estate planning attorneys. Keel & Park, that's common spelling with E on the end of each of them. 970-818-8198, 818-8198, lawkp.com. Memory Palace. I wonder if I must have heard about that sometime in my life.
It's that's exactly what you described.
I wonder if I had heard about that earlier somewhere in my life, and when I started doing it, it just came back to me. I went to because it's too much of a coincidence.
Yeah, I went to a class, and some dude came in and just memorized every name and was just like, okay, Janie, Paul, Sue, Joe, blah, blah, and you're just like, you know. And then we proceeded to learn how to do that, and it works. There's no doubt it works. So yours may not be exactly that, but that concept is spot on. I mean, that's just how you do it. But back to the cars, like every car like I used to be an F&I way back.
I know you're saying they trade on a purchase.
But every car, I would always start every sale on full MSRP, the total top line number. Then we would give them full value on their trade. The net number is still going to come out to my favor. We never trade wholesale to retail.
But here's the way it should work. You should be able to make your best deal and then take the trade from it. Because, okay, there's a little hassle with the processing and all that of a trade, but you don't get retail from your trade, you get wholesale. Right. So what you do is you get your best deal, subtract wholesale, that's the way it works. What they did was gave them wholesale, but subtracted it from an inflated price. That's all I'm saying.
But that inflated price was the top line price anyway. That was the full MSRP. So right. They took his...
No, I know. Theoretically, there was nothing stolen,
and the only way you can steal it, in my opinion, is to play with the residual, the mileage, the lease factor, and all that stuff.
If he could buy that somewhere else for that 42 or 44, whatever it was, and then trade in and get his 6 or 9, that's where he would be better off. He should not hike it because he's trading.
They wouldn't have sold him that car for 44 cash. They would have only sold him at 44 cash with his trade on top of it. If you're saying they would have sold it to him for 44 cash.
Well, no, he said he could have bought it somewhere else.
For 47.
I thought he said 45.
You told him 44.
I said 44. He said 45.
Right. Maybe. He should have sold his damn car for cash and then went to lease that car.
A lot of people don't do that because of the taxes. The taxes aren't that much.
They're not. My paralegal just did the same thing on a new Kia electric and took a perfectly good Subaru,
the taxes
2 years
you pay
old.
will far be in your benefit compared to the wholesale.
Right. So she's in that same boat. Brand new ass $50,000 car. Her payment is $230.
The sales tax is what, 7% tops?
The sales tax is on the payment on a lease. So it's pennies,
Well, no, but on a purchase too, they're only
You're only saving it on your trade-in. So on a car purchase,
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Welcome to the show. Let's continue here and try to help you any way we can, as we do all the time. So Karen has an issue on car service. Hi, Karen. What's happening?
Okay, I took my car in for a regular oil change.
Where'd you take it?
To Larry H. Miller Ford on Sims and 6th Avenue.
Okay, and what happened?
Okay, I take it in. They give me a video saying what needs to be done.
Yeah.
Which they included the spark plug.
Oh, so you wanted an oil change, but they said you needed a lot more.
Yeah, well, I went in there just to, to make sure. I wanted my alignment,
Yeah.
because of my car. I take care of my car. My car has been there. I took my car there for years.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so they know that the engine of my car, because that's where it goes.
Yeah.
If anything's wrong,
Sure.
I'm there to fix it. Okay, so this time, I take it in. I just say, well, I need, the oil change. And they gave me a video saying all the things that were wrong with my car.
Yeah.
It would say the alignment. They
Yeah.
said the spark plugs, my windshield wipers.
Yeah.
And they wanted to do a fuel injection just because of the, the mileage on my car, which is not even 80,000 miles, okay, for my 2014 Ford Focus.
Okay.
So I kept this car with them at all times.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so after a week, and I had them look for, it was a switch in my
So
trunk.
did you agree to all of that?
Yes.
And
just
how
for
much
that.
did that all come to when they made that list for you?
Okay, it came up to almost $700.
Okay.
But, okay, so after that, they did the wheel alignment, and next thing you know, they said it's the motor mounts. Okay, so that's another 900 and
Wait a minute, another
$900
$900 on top of $700?
Yeah, so when I got my car out, when I went to go pick up my
I don't
car,
know
the
why
car
you
was
would
ready.
need motor mounts, man. I have no idea why. That's weird.
But this is not the kicker, though. This is not the kicker.
Uh-oh.
The kicker is I went to go pick up my car. I paid the $1,600 because it was going to be 18 something,
Right.
but they didn't charge me for the diagnostics. Okay, so they took that off, and they took the fuel injection off. So so I'm paying $1,650 out the door. I'm ready to get my car. They go to get my car. They done left the light off. The light's on in my car, so my battery's totally dead. Okay, so I waited an hour there for them to charge it. They said, "Oh, ma'am, you can just go ahead and run your car because it's going to take me 15 minutes to get to my house." I go and get in my car with my daughter and me. I go 2 miles down to Colfax. My car starts RVMs. It wouldn't go, so I go all the way
What's wrong
back
with your car
to-
now? Let's get right to that part, Karen. What's wrong with it now?
Okay, they said it's a clutch and it's the transmission.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
How many miles on this?
My car has 79,100.
And now they say your
miles.
clutch and your transmission are going out?
Yeah, and I haven't had my car since I dropped it off to them.
Wait a minute. Did you
So I
take
had
you
to
didn't
move
hold
it.
on. You didn't take it back for the clutch and transmission, did you?
No.
Where's your car right
I
now,
had-
Karen?
At my daughter's house.
You need to get it checked out. I mean, I don't trust them.
Okay, what? This is the point. I have a kick engine light on.
We need
They
to.
say
Here's
it's
what we
like-
need to do. Do you have the invoice when you picked it up
Yes.
for the $1,650?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We need
And
someone. We need someone
Yeah.
to go through the car to make sure they did what they said, and to verify what's wrong with it. Now, if it turns
so
out,
this is the kick. Yeah.
what's that, Karen?
My car was perfect. My car was perfectly. I would know if I would have transmission problems. My car had no lights on. It never has.
No, I get it.
So when they came in again, now,
but
now I have
hold
check
on.
engine light
Here's what I
on.
want to say, Karen. Hold on. Just hold on. I'll come back to you, okay? Because I can tell you're upset. I don't want you to be upset. There are things I think you can do to we can verify stuff or protect you. So hang on. I'm Tom Martino. More right after this.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Some usual busy spots throughout the Denver Metro for the Monday afternoon commute. I-25 southbound into downtown showing speeds in the 40s and 50s. Between I-70 and Spear Boulevard, northeast of there, I-270 westbound. Road work continues at Vasquez with slow driving back from Northfield and Quebec. Further east and leaving DIA, Pena Boulevard southbound, some slower speeds between Tower Road and 56th. Heading north through Longmont, the Diagonal Highway, we've got a crash affecting both east and westbound traffic at South Pratt Parkway. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, isolated thunderstorms later today, high 73, overnight low 48, tomorrow high 77. The current temperature in Denver is 69 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com.
Hey, I'm telling you that you need, to buy. You never hear me say that. If you have a home, you need to buy a whole house fan. And that's QCcolorado.com. It's a quiet, cool whole house fan. And let me tell you why I think you need it. Because everyone wants to save money. Air conditioning is expensive and not great for the environment. And here's the deal. You can get all the cool air you need most of the time from natural convection created by this whole house fan. It's not an attic fan, it's a whole house fan. It pulls all the air up and out your attic through vents with a remote mounted fan. That's why it's quiet and cool. I have saved up to 90% on my air conditioning bills in some months. And even in the worst months, I still save half. You will be amazed by it. And they're great people at QCcolorado.com, 303-800-3419. That's 303-800-3419, 303-800-3419. Ideal Home Loans for your next ideal home loan. Now listen, why would we be doing mortgage commercials with the rates where they are? Well, first of all, the rates are not the highest they've ever been. They're not the lowest, of course, but here's what they are. They're real. If you need to buy a house, you're not going to get around it, but you will get something from Ideal you won't get from anywhere else, and that is the interest rate guarantee. So if you buy a home and you use Ideal, you get refinanced free of charge when rates go down. IdealHomeLoans.com. Here's another thing. If you have high interest debt, they can show you where your monthly payments actually will be lower than you're paying now. Plus, they can show you how to pay the principal off faster. That's IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000. Now, the art of granite. Why don't you call them now and get a price on the phone? You can. Theartofgranite.com. That's how they work. They do granite, quartz, quartzite, marble. Just think of a material. They do it all. And what they do is they give you a price on the phone because they don't charge for anything but fabrication and installation. It's all wholesale on materials. And they have a list of incentives you can choose from, like a free edge treatment, free backsplash, or maybe a free kitchen sink, or maybe you want a free vanity in the bathroom when you have the kitchen done. Why don't you give them a call, get your price? They love their deals. 303-386-5919, 303-386-5919.
Is Michael Cohen still in the friggin' stand?
Yeah, but it sounds like they're wrapping up.
I'm asking, let's see.
Just for the day, not him.
AI, please describe the memory palace technique. I want to read about it. What class was that? Was that in college you learned that?
It was a legal CLE class, continuing education class.
With continuing education, are there new things that come up all the time in the law?
Yeah.
I know laws change, but anything about, say, choose your palace, define a path, Loki. Oh, specific
Loki is
spots.
Latin for location. That's the other.
Where you will store the information. Oh my God, visualize information.
You know how smart you were?
I must have heard about it. This must have been somewhere in my memory bank. That happens to me once in a while. You know, I mean, where I think about something comes up and I think, I thought, I'm just trying to think.
Something, you know, that just stuck. You're like, that's pretty cool. I think I'll try that. And if you try it, you're like, it actually works.
There is one thing I did read about one time that I found that shorter list. The numbers represent images. And I have the same image. And then when I want to associate a list, when I want to do a list, I associate that list with this number. It's very specific. Like number 1 is the top. Number 2 is so I have certain things. So let's just say number. So whatever it was. And I have to get I would picture 3 times.
Right.
2.
Traveling's fast, so reserve your spot. drhi.com.
Address hair loss with the same simple one-day treatment I received. AdvancedHair.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, so Karen said she took her car in for service. Her car's never been the same. You know, we hear this a lot. And it could be that they're jacking with her, but maybe not. I don't know. She said, oh, my car was perfect. I hear this a lot, and you're not the only one. So, Karen, without getting analytical here and deciding who's wrong or who's right, here's what I want to ask you. Do you have the invoice? You have your car. Are you willing to? Where are you located in the general area?
Well, my car is at my daughter's house.
Where is that in general?
In the
Not
back
the
of
address, but give me some cross streets.
Olive Street and 32nd Avenue.
Olive and 32nd.
Park Hill. Park Hill, yeah.
Okay. Listen, if you went to Sheridan Auto Tech, which is Kevin, or you could go to RKC Automotive on West Evans, west of Tejon. If you went to one of these shops, and Kachina can give you either one, your car drivable or not?
Somewhat. They just dropped it off with the tow truck, and now it's still it's having battery problems, which they drained my battery and said they fully charged it.
This sucks. This sucks so much.
I turned it back on, and my car was it's the battery now. So
but no matter what, fine. listen. Yeah, when was the last time you did your battery?
I just bought a battery there from Sam's. So it's less than 4 years old, less than.
Okay, because let's just say.
I have that on file where I bought the battery, yeah.
But you say it was 4 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
I know. We're gonna, no matter what, we got to get this analyzed by by people we know and trust. Once you get this analyzed, we can figure out First of all, did they do what they charged you for? If you paid frickin' $1,650, we better make sure they did what they promised. Then we can see if they did any damages. But I doubt they did damages, but something's going on. I just don't think they're telling you the truth. I don't have a lot of faith in Larry H. Miller, never did. We get a lot of complaints about them. So what I'd like to do, now I'm not saying they're cheating you, but I just feel a little sketchy about this on how it happened. But we need
because
to...
it's one thing after the other, and my car was, I didn't have a check engine light. I rode my car. I know if I'm having transmission issues. I know this. I'm a car owner.
No, I know that, but something went wrong here. I don't know what it was. That's why we want to get it somewhere that can look
now
at it.
I can't even open up my trunk either. So that's a. I don't even know how I'm getting that.
Well, you know what? I would go to RKC Automotive. Hey, Kachina, can you get her information on RKC, and you tell Ramondo that I recommended you go there just to look it over with the invoice to see what they did and what's wrong with it. He is very reasonable. We got to get this done. Then we can believe him. Kachina, set that up for me because she really, really needs somewhere we can trust to look at it. That's the first thing. And then we'll take it one step at a time. But right now, man, that sucks. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Kachina, go talk to her, please, and get her RKC Automotive's information on Evans, west of Tejon, and Ramondo. Really, people, he's a good guy, and I really want to refer you there. RKC, it's 720-749-3965. We have more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Some usual busy spots throughout the Denver Metro for the Monday afternoon commute. I-25 southbound into downtown showing speeds in the 40s and 50s. Between I-70 and Spear Boulevard, northeast of there, I-270 westbound. Roadwork continues at Vasquez with slow driving back from Northfield and Quebec. Further east and leaving DIA, Pena Boulevard southbound, some slower speeds between Tower Road and 56th. Heading north through Longmont, the Diagonal Highway, we've got a crash affecting both east and westbound traffic at South Pratt Parkway, Fox 31 pinpoint weather, isolated thunderstorms later today, high 73, overnight low 48, tomorrow high 77. The current temperature in Denver is 69 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com.
Hey, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, that's the place that you want when you are looking for direction for retirement. Maybe building a nest egg, or maybe you have a nest egg and you want to protect it. Whatever it is, when it has to do with retirement, they can help you. They're really, really good people. And I'll tell you, I use them. They're a sponsor of this show, but honest to goodness, I actually use them. And you should too. That's Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. They have a really good way of doing things. What they do is they first check with what your desires are, what you have, what you need, and then try to give you a well-balanced retirement plan. That is so important when it comes to retirement. rpcenter.com. They are transparent about what they charge and how they do business and are willing to meet with you as many times as it takes for you to feel comfortable. rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211, 970-663-3211. Hey, you've heard me talk about ZeroResDenver.com. ZeroRes. They are the people that you want on your side because they use, what do they use? Nothing. I mean, their water has nothing in it, nothing harmful. It's all soft water, the best cleaning agent in all of nature. I'm telling you, you will love them, and that is the way they do it. They come in, they clean your carpets, They stay clean longer because you don't have dirt attracting residue. Right now, $109 for 3 rooms plus $75 off duct cleaning. They do ducts and upholstery, and they do tile and grout. You don't understand this. You think you have clean carpets. You don't know what clean is until you get Zero Res. Everything comes out, nothing goes in. So there's no dirt attracting residue. They use less water, stay clean longer. You will love it. ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150. Get Zero Resified. Okay, bathrooms. They're a hallmark of a home. And if you're looking for bathroom remodeling, the complete bathroom, I want to welcome Discount Bath. Oh, yeah. I love Discount Bath. You will too. DiscountBath.com. Quality remodels at discount prices. And the pricing is transparent and upfront. You manage all materials. You get 5-year warranties on all labor and materials, a lifetime warranty on your shower wall systems. You get a wide variety of materials and finishes to fit your budget. It's a bathroom company only for bathrooms. Get them on your side. Call for a free complete remodel estimate. Do you know that listen to this. Do you know a hall bath can be done for around $1,100? I'm not kidding you. A master bath starts at $2,700 or $2,800. Discountbath.com, 720-979-2322, 720-979-2322.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. I'm sorry? Well, you would need to go on the radio in order to talk to him about it. We don't do off-air cases. We just do on-air cases.
Small business owners, we know tackling your to-do list can sometimes feel like going 12 rounds against a heavyweight champ. Except that heavyweight's gloves are made of something hard, like diamonds. So when a new to-do pops up, you're like, I can't...
Tell her I'll make it painless.
Well, let's get you. We're at the end of the show today, but let's get you on the show tomorrow. What's your name? Did you say Jerry? Okay, Jerry. And what is your phone number? And that's 719-229-7543. Okay. 719-299-7543. Perfect. Are you available at 10 a.m. tomorrow? All right. I'm going to call you when our show opens. Now, we don't do off-air cases. We only do on-air cases, so you would have to go on the radio with Tom. Are you okay
Thank
with
you,
that?
Jesus.
Okay, perfect. All right, I'll have you down for tomorrow.
And now, talk back anytime with our free iHeartRadio app. While streaming KHOW and the full screen player, just click the microphone to record your message. Talk back to Denver's talk station now.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. All right, so John Fuller's with us in the house. We're going to finish up with John. Unless you have a call, get it in right now, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, John, somebody says dash cams. I know you're a believer in dash cams. Are you still doing any giveaways on dash cams?
No, that particular promotion has ended, but I still am a huge fan of dash cams.
They're not that expensive.
No, they're not. And we routinely have cases where dash cams save the day. eliminate any of the he said, she said. I love when
So
insurance
give me an
companies-
idea of how you would use them.
Okay, so a normal case comes in the front door, and it seems pretty clear liability to us, but when we contact the other insurance company, at first they're investigating, and then they inform us that their insured has a different version of the event and that they're going to deny liability, or they're investigating further, or whatever it is they claim to do.
Okay.
Then we let them know that we happen to have a video of the incident, and that is the end of the discussion. They see the video, it's over. They accept complete liability. The rest of the case
Is that admissible in court? Have you ever-
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. You bet it is.
And so, how would you? Does it record over itself? What happens in an accident? Would you have to? How do you preserve it?
Yeah,
I
so
don't.
most-
I mean, that's technical, and I imagine they could read the direction. I'm just curious,
Yeah,
though.
most dash cams have a memory card in them of various sizes.
so you just remove the card.
Yeah, but they do record over it. But if they have an event that's like
Right.
a really sudden braking or a crash
Yeah.
type deal, they save it in. They have it. The unit itself says, "Oh, something must have happened. We better save that."
No fooling.
Yeah, it's pretty cool technology. And then, but even if you don't, I mean, we have people. Tom, we even have witnesses to accidents that are like, "Hey, I'm sitting at a red light and I
and
just saw a
their
crash."
cam.
And they take their memory card out and like hand it to the cop and say, "Here's a video of the accident," and we get a
man.
copy of that. Yeah.
And almost everything's on camera now.
Almost, but you'd be surprised how many intersections have like traffic monitoring cameras, but they don't actually record. But these little devices record in living 4K color, and they're beautiful quality video, and they absolutely are worth their weight in gold. I would highly recommend that everybody get one for your vehicles.
Okay, one quick question though. What about if I'm using my cell phone on site, things not picked up by a dash cam? So what would, and by the way, don't text anymore because I'm off it. It's 57739. I'll get it tomorrow, actually. You can text. But anyway, so what would you take with the cell phone that maybe your dash cam didn't get? Like the other, I always say get the license plate, get the damages, get the proximity, a location, cars, right?
Act like you're a reporter on the job. Get out and take pictures of the cars, the intersection, the lights, the signage, the other driver, any witnesses, any witness information like a telephone number, anything and everything. Take pictures. You never get a second chance to go back and view the intersection if it were snowy or rainy or
Now, would those
anything.
cell phone pictures be admissible
Yes,
if you need
sir,
them?
absolutely.
But do you find out if you have a cell phone, they say, well, the car was hardly damaged, and you have the pictures. I mean, the pictures is worth 1,000 words, right? Now,
I have accidents, Tom, where one car looks like it was barely bumped, and then you look at the other one and you're like, holy cow,
Right.
it's completely crunched, went
Right.
under the back bumper of a big truck or something, and it's amazing the
now,
difference.
do you have to get information from the other driver or depend on the cops? I always say, even if the cop is there, you get information.
Listen, I would highly recommend that you get as much information
On
as
your
you
own.
can.
Unless,
listen,
of course, you're so injured, you're going to the hospital.
You're going to the hospital, and that happens a lot where the cop takes, they may take a week to get the accident report put together. I routinely call cops and are like, hey, man, we have nothing. We don't even know where the car got towed to because my client went to
But
the
if
hospital.
you have a license plate number, that would go a long way.
Yeah, it's easier,
But you haven't you haven't had cases, though. Tell me this isn't true. You haven't had cases where you can't find the other party.
Absolutely, we have.
Oh, my God.
You
So
bet.
there's nothing you can do about it.
No, if you can't identify the other party, it's a total UN claim at that point.
That's uninsured motors, by the way.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, John Fuller. Man, it's been great as usual. myaccidentlawyer.co. And you can always call him and notice the Fuller difference at 303-597-4500, 597-4500. Don't forget 303 Martino. Save all your problems for me. See you guys. Follow.
Damn.
That was good, man. Testing 1, 2. Test. Okay, this is number 2. Yeah.
Yeah, I have one over there in case we have guests. No, that one is for that one. Oh, okay.